Hey, 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 it's your favorite Noir Auntie. I'm Auntie D. This is Auntie Love. And today, you see all this gold we got on? And y'all gonna see even more shades of gold. Trust me. We got some art to show y'all. We got some things to show y'all. Because our guest in the Royal Purple is True Mystique, the Golden Enigma,
Thank you.
virtual assistant, certified AI prompt engineer, artist extraordinaire. So many things. We have a name for it. Multi-Hyphenate. And we're gonna get into what that is. We're gonna get into it because look, black women, you may not be aware of this, but all of you have this ability. And we're gonna celebrate True Mystique so hard today that you're gonna realize that you can do this too. And that's why we're here, because all of us have been created with a level of genius. And the world keeps telling us that we are not allowed to access that. See, I'm just sneaking up here for just a second, but see, y'all see this? You see this art? Y'all see
Nice.
this art?
Yes.
All of you have this capacity, and we're going to get into it. But Auntie Love, I know that you had some thoughts that you wanted to add to the introduction for this wonderful young woman that we are sharing our time with today.
Hello, you guys. I'm glad you're here. True Mystique, thank you so much. There's so many things to thank you for. But first of all, thank you for being willing to come and share um, yourself with us, but also your incredible, creative, brilliant
Oh,
talents and abilities, your experience, and like I just watch you and I'm awed, over here.
oh.
And I just think it's so important, what you're doing. And I'm with Miss D. It's
Oh,
time to celebrate you.
thank
And get used to it. Okay.
Yeah,
Get
yeah.
used
I'm not used to it, but thank you so much. Thank you for
Yeah,
having me.
this is what we're gonna do. No, thank you, girl. Please, thank you.
Thank
Um,
you. Oh my gosh. If y'all knew what this woman has just been doing for the last couple days for me, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
yeah, because one of the things to me that I know we're gonna get into is both your relationship with one another and how you work together. You know, um, you know, True Mystique, you term yourself, and that's gonna be like question 5. Hey
Mhm.
everybody, I'm sorry. Hi Nia.
Hi.
Hi Level
Hey,
Up.
Hey. Hey,
Hi,
y'all.
so good to see
hey.
you.
Hey.
Um, y- you, um, when I say who are you, um, you have decided that you are a creative multi-hyphenate.
Mm-hmm.
And in the fifth question that I got, that I want to get more into that because
Mm-hmm.
it's something that Miss D said in the intro. Like, so many Black women and Black girls don't, people call it Black girl magic. It's not
Mm-hmm.
magic, it's
No.
elemental. We're creators, we're brilliant, we're beautiful, we're compassionate, we're kind, and yes, we will whoop your ass need be. However, okay. Um, I just I just admire you so much, and I feel like there's so much that we can learn from you, and that's just hugely a part of why I'm excited. Besides the fact that I've been waiting for how long to celebrate you? How
Aw.
long? Er,
You've been
Yeah,
talking for quite a minute. Yeah. Quite a minute.
yes. So, you know, your your cover art that you worked with Auntie D with over here, Miss D.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yes. You see the
it's
bestseller sticker on there. Yeah.
Yes, this is a
Girl.
best selling
Yeah,
book.
I did that.
And but your abilities in editing um and your artwork and your abilities with technology and how you've taken your experiences and your education and you've brought it all together, and it's amazing. Like, it is amazing. Like, we have Miss D over here who's just she has conceptualized and put it into things that we can understand, and you right next to her, making it so you're okay. Here's what we're going to do. Let's make it so that it's real simple for you, Misty. Let's do this, let's do that. What do you think? Y'all's collaboration is the proof is in the book.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Proof is in the book, and I just need everybody to go buy the book.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I need people to do, and recognize that you two are just amazing. And you, True, you're another stunning example of young, powerful Black women. And I think we need to, more than acknowledge you, we need to surround you while you do your work, protect you. You know what I mean? Uplift you, hold you sacred. Now, that don't mean we don't have stuff behind the scenes where you got to come and go, love, say one more word. Sometimes I gotta be called on mine. All right. And sometimes I feel like the world and I feel like the world and I feel like we as Black women don't really get how to celebrate one another, how to uplift one another, and how to surround younger Black women so that we're the ones at the hot gates while you're creating and bringing forth, the next evolutions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I really appreciate you and your process. And thank you. Thank you so very much for being here with us. Please, everybody, remember, because I always say, smash the whatever, like and subscribe.
share, subscribe, comment,
share, subscribe,
the bell,
and
the bell.
Yes. So I'm ready.
Hey, y'all.
What's up, girl?
Okay, so we have some questions that we have as we do this wonderful process. I also had the wonderful honor of being able to be interviewed by TrueMystique, so I'm glad to be part of returning the favor because we did talk about that. Our first question today: when did you know you wanted to pursue a creative field?
Pretty much my entire life. I've been a creative person ever since I was incredibly young. I was incredibly gifted. I used to play the piano. I used to play several instruments. I used to play the piano. I used to play the flute. I used to sing. Can't necessarily sing it now anymore. But I've always had a vivid imagination, and I'm just blessed that that was something that I was just able to keep within me. Because, the world, family, society, they like to stomp and starve out imagination and creativity from a very young age. But because I was just so in tune with myself and in tune with that creativity and that imaginative spark, that's just something that has just been with me throughout my entire life, never let it go. And that's just something that I've always prided myself in being. And I think I've always been a multi-hyphenate and multi-potentialite. I just didn't know what it was, and I didn't have a word for it until I got into college. But I've always was trying different things, whether it was music, whether it was dance, whether it was like trying to draw, trying to write, in any capacity that I wanted to create and just get messages out from my head to paper, I would do it. I've even wrote like small like screenplays and like script writing. So literally it just stems from me always having ideas in my head and pictures in my head I just wanted to get out and just release to the world in any form, fashion, or just medium. I would just try it and it would, for the most part, for the most part, it would work.
Help us understand the difference between a multi-hyphenate and a multi-potentialite. That's two
Okay.
different.
They are similar. A multi-hyphenate is it's a person that has multiple trades, multiple fields that they participate in. A multi-potentialite, it's essentially the same thing. It's just two different words for pretty much the same. Okay, you're like a jack of all trades. You have multiple talents and multiple gifts. It's just short of a, it's not a polyglot, but I forgot the word for a person that's a master of all trades. The word escaped me, but it's just underneath that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And love, I'm going to pass the ball to you for question 2.
Can you talk about how you use AI and why it's such a large part of your creative process,
Mhm.
and kind of explain what AI is to us,
Okay.
because you know.
Okay, so AI is simply it's artificial intelligence, and it's basically using machines and computers to help pretty much facilitate a lot of processes. I really just started using AI within like fully in my work within the past year, really to use for automations and to like eliminate like long and tedious processes. Like with the art program I used to, especially when I took it up in college, I used to hand draw and free draw everything. Now, I was not the best artist. I just, like I said, I would take pictures that I had in my head and try to put it the best way I can in different mediums. And by that, I had to like do it by hand, like use like things like Photoshop and Illustrator to do things by hand. And what artificial intelligence has done is pretty much ease the process. I don't want to say it eliminated the learning curve because there's a learning curve with all of these AI tools within and of itself. But what AI has done is it was able to help me simplify the process and just produce creatively just at a faster rate.
So, um, then why do you think Black women need to learn about AI and specifically what you do,
Mhm,
right? And how you
mhm.
can help them with different things they may want to do, like editing, like
Mhm.
artwork,
Yes.
like the many different things you do with social media, with other people.
Okay. AI, whether we like it or not, it is going to be in our everyday lives. It's already been in our everyday life. If you're on your phone, you're using artificial intelligence. If you're using like a bank app or like a credit card, you're using artificial intelligence. It's been around since I'm pretty sure like the 50s or 60s. But now because the technology is evolving and it's evolving at a fast rate, this is where humanity is heading. And the reason why I think it's very important for Black women to learn about artificial intelligence, learn about using it in different fields. Number one, is going to be an essential part of our everyday lives. I don't think there's going to be a day in the future where we're going to go without it. And the thing about technological advancements, just like when we talking about it, Deann, with crypto, Black people, especially Black women, are the absolute last to get into these types of spaces, especially when it comes to like finances, when it comes to technology. And the thing is that a lot of us, especially as Black people, especially as Black women, we're hesitant because we don't really know how to use it. We are afraid of the technology because it just seems like it's just so much. And so we just rather ignore it and we'd rather run away from it instead of learning how to use it, learning how to work with the machine so that we can utilize it not just like in work or just in our regular lives. We can even use this to make money for ourselves so that we can also invest in ourselves. That's what I've used it for. That's what I want to encourage Black women to use it for, because now with jobs, the way that these jobs are set up, they're incorporating things like ChatGPT. They're incorporating these programs that utilize AI. And if it's going to come to a point in time where if you don't learn how to use it, you are going to be replaced. And you know how easily, especially a lot of us, are replaceable at these countries. At the jobs in this country. So it's just something that you cannot avoid. And I say that it's just best for us to be ahead of the curve so that we won't be coming in at the very last minute when somebody's trying to sell us something so they can make money off of us, or they want to use us as guinea pigs, or just these types of things. No, let's just be ahead of the curve for once. Did that answer the question?
Amen.
Yes.
For once.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Michaela. Thank you. I just have one more follow-up. Sorry, Miss.
No,
We got time. Hey,
it's y'all show.
Because
we got time.
because you said something I think is really it ties into a lot of different areas for us as Black women. That we are afraid.
Very much afraid.
But there's this weird dichotomy to that, another side to that, in which, like, I don't know if this happens to you probably, but I don't know if this happens to you, True, but like you go through, you were saying that a lot of times for us, our creativity and brilliance is stamped out or down, unless it's really doing something for someone else.
Someone else, yes.
And what that'll translate into is the people in your family, not your family, but okay, let's say my family. People in my family, as a child, I'm growing up and whatever. Oh, so you're going to be a this. But it's really not for you yourself. It's for everybody else to say, I got a this in my family. Or let me call her, because I'm one of the only RNs in our family. Thousands of them.
Yeah.
Family. Hey, blah, blah, blah. I feel like if you had, let's say you were some other demographic and you had a doctor in your family, you're actually going to go and pay that person.
Yes.
For their time. Whereas with us, it's like, again, we need to be giving it to everyone in our family. Like, I feel like I've said this a million times, but I feel like we're the chicken in the chicken soup, some of us, so that at the same time, people don't like for us to celebrate our own brilliance and things like that. They want to tap into it.
Siphon it, yes.
Use it. And so when you say, we're afraid to get into AI and to be able to purpose it for ourselves and make money and, learn what we need to learn. I know I experienced that from my family. Oh, well, you like to write. Oh, well, you like to da 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 da. So that's why I'm calling you. No, I did it because of what True said. So does that happen with you? Does that?
It kind of, in a sense, my family doesn't really know that I do know that much about AI. I don't even think they really care that much, but there have been other aspects in my life where it's kind of been like that, but it's kind of for me been like because I've been so I'm intelligent. I was actually supposed to skip 2 grades. I didn't because my mother didn't think that I was emotionally mature. That's another conversation. They thought that I was supposed to be either this doctor or this lawyer, and I was just like, yeah, that's just not me. I just for a multitude of reasons, that was just not the path that I just decided to go down. So in the sense is like, oh, why aren't you using your intellect for this or to achieve this particular type of status or this? I'm like, I'm not a person that's really into like status and stuff like that. And I think that if I were to go down these routes where other people would have expected me to be, I think that I would have faced more so what love you were talking about. Oh, so that people can like siphon, either brag about me or just siphon like my intellect and things like that. But as it pertains to like my art and like all the other things that I do, which are self-taught, by the way, everything that I've done and everything that I put forward, self-taught. Brag, humble brag, not humble brag, but now I think my family is starting to come around, and now you could definitely see like, oh, her ideas. Oh, maybe this isn't a silly idea. Oh, how do you do this? How do we go about doing that? So though it's not in the directly in the sense that you were speaking of, it kind of does. It kind of does come like full circle in either way, but that's more so what I've experienced in my personal life.
That really rings true for me. I'm interested to see everybody that's out here hanging out with us, whether you're here on the live or you're watching this later, that as Black women, has that been some of your experiences? And then have you asked your daughters, nieces, granddaughters, goddess daughters, how they feel about themselves, you know? And what kind of language are they using? Are they using language like, oh, um, can be arrogant, can be, bragging, can be this or that? Um, because we need to know that so we can help them have a different type of language about themselves.
Because a lot of the times, especially I know this to be true from my personal life, a lot of the language that was used around like my talents and me more so being like introverted and just to myself, it caused a lot of negative self-talk, and I don't want to say necessarily self-deprecating behavior, but it definitely did shape negatively like my views of myself to the point where I had to go within to correct it. So I think that if you have daughters and nieces or Black girls in your family, you need to speak more positively to them, encourage them, help shape their subconscious mind in a positive way to help them be like more reaffirming within their talents and gifts, and say that it's okay to be smart, it's okay to be creative, it's okay to be this, and just celebrate that instead of trying to use language that demeans them and contributes to the low self-esteem that we see in a lot of Black girls and that grow up to be Black women with low self-esteem that they continue to perpetuate in their adulthood. So language matters. How you talk to your children matters. I could definitely 1000% say how you talk to young girls matters, and nurturing and cultivating their gifts and being supportive matters.
Wow. Okay, Miss D. I'm not. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, I actually have a follow-up to go with that. You're one of the strongest people that I know, True, because I have we've read, and I know this is something you want to mention. TrueMystique has a newsletter, y'all, a Substack, a Patreon, and so you have allowed some of us to witness you fighting your way through not getting what you needed. And I'm going to be very gentle and keep my low voice a little down, but I kind of the background lets me know people, we still are working on understanding how you may need support to do business in a virtual environment. But I know that all of us are about 14 years apart in age. All of us on this live. I mean, there's about a 14-year gap in our ages. And one of the things that we as the Noir Aunties want to do a decade and a half, a little more than a decade and a half, we want you to come out sooner. We want to make your fight less difficult because there was no one here to tell us. There was no one here to sit down with us and say, no, we're going to make up the gaps. If people bother you, we're going to get them. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get them.
Yes, that's what we need.
Because we didn't necessarily, well, actually, my family did pretty well relative to what I hear Black women go through entirely. But then I was blessed that I had artists in my family anyway, so people kind of knew what they were doing, which was helpful. But I watched girls who should have been allowed, and everybody had this idea that you had to be a particular thing. I watched you fight your way out. And that's one of the reasons that we were able. It will always be eternally one of the great blessings of my life that my stuff came along as that next rung up for one of the strongest Black women I know. If that book had never sold more than that, so that you would have a chance, because you're one of the strongest people I know. You fought through stuff that it's your story to tell, but I'm just sitting there like, I don't know, y'all. I don't know. And New York too. I don't know, because I'm from South San Francisco. We got our stuff, but I want to just say that because people out here making fun of us being strong and independent. No. Black women's womb was strong enough to birth this whole humanity.
Right.
We know this. Right. So it is what it is. And at the same time, we can also look at, okay, why did we have to be strong? Well, y'all go sign up for TrueMystique's newsletter. Y'all sign up for her Patreon.
It's in the description.
It's in the description. Y'all go ahead and sign up for that, because you're going to be, as we continue to get into all the things that TrueMystique is able to now do as she has stepped into her calling, just understand, we're trying to make it easier for you to fight your way out. Auntie Love and I are doing this to help you fight your way out. And you are strong too. Don't give up. You have innately the ability to be able. And you have not only now people in the auntie age class, but now you can see we brought on a peer of yours to let you know, hey, we're going to look at it in detail later, but I just need y'all to just let the bulls run across the screen. See, when the fight was going on, she didn't know she was going to do that, but then she kept on going and she kept climbing, and you can too. Which brings me to my next lesson, my next question, because as you are doing your climbing, you're going to want the world-class art, right? Because again, you're going to want the world-class art. So as we're talking about that, there's a couple questions, there's a couple follow-ups in a row, and I might be able to combine them as we go. So we'll see what we do with that. What made you want to become a content creation virtual assistant? We know you're a wonderful creative, but what made you choose this?
Honestly, situations, my personal life situations, I was like, kind of, one of it, money. Number two, content creation, I think, is a way that a lot of people are starting to establish a name for themselves. It's a way for a lot of people to brand themselves and make money. Like, I don't know if y'all have heard the saying, content is king. And I definitely feel like the content creation era is something that's strong and is something that's booming. So if you want to create a strong presence, you want to create a strong brand, being a content creator can definitely help you do that. We've seen countless of people that they blew up on social media. So me being a content creation virtual assistant, because of my knowledge base, because of the tools that I use, AI and non-AI tools that I use, I just figured that I could just help people and guide them in the right direction to be able to not just create the content, but streamline the process and just to help people grow their brands. I know we like to brag, but I like seeing processes grow, and I like seeing growth from like small to growing things that are growing things for people that are bigger than themselves. So I just felt like with all my talents and gifts, why not? Just why not? And especially now that I'm in a situation where I'm kind of forced to make stuff happen on my own. It's that New York. So I was just like, why not just culminate all those things together and do that for other people? Help other people grow and help other people's brands grow.
Well, of course, I'm a witness that you're doing a great job. But virtual assistant, I mean, we've all heard this. I mean, that term has been around for, well, basically since the internet kind of let us do this.
Yes.
What should people know that means? I mean, I'll big up you on the suite of things that you did for me. I mean, I'll tell you all about the international call I just got. Somebody read it in Malta and said, I
Wow.
actually understood this. I'm ready to jump on and do this. So we'll talk about that. I'll talk about the suite in a minute that you did for me and how impactful it is like right now. It's going to be with international audience all of a sudden of English speakers. But when you say virtual assistant, what should people know that means? And without getting into any of the tools that you use that
Yeah.
are proprietary to you, but what should people know that entails? In other words, how much money can we give you to do whatever it is that you're doing? What should people be expecting?
People, it's essentially like if you have a personal assistant just online. It's just a remote assistant. That's pretty much it that can help you streamline processes. But the thing is, I take pride in my work. I'm not a person that half steps or slides on work. With the quality of work that I give for other people is the standard that I hold to myself. So you know that if you're dealing with me, you're going to have a high standard of work. My mentality, I'm gonna brag. Nobody is like me. Nobody can conceptualize things the way that I do. Nobody can think about the things in the ways that I can. So with a virtual assistant, you're gonna have an extra set of eyes, and you're just gonna also like have like feedback that can help you from a different perspective and help you with things that you might not have seen. Like Deeann, you said because of me, like I helped you put in a glossary because we were like, yeah, you know these terms, but I don't think that people who are not familiar with it would know it. So hey, let's add a glossary, and for virtual assistant, I'm just saying there right now, my prices are going to be upped. I've had like a couple of new clients like going through the onboard process, and the price is going to go up. Just yesterday's price is not today's price, and tomorrow's price is not going to be today's price or yesterday's price, but it is to get definitely good work,
Okay.
just to help you streamline the process, because I know like for running business, for one person to run businesses, it's hard, and there are a lot of different moving pieces, and a lot of people I've noticed in business, they're not creative at all. So it's like, oh, I don't want to do the creative aspects. I don't want to do this. I don't want to ideate. I just want to run the business or just do the technical aspects. That's it. It helps that I can do both, but the creative aspect is really where I shine.
Okay. Now I'll give you a testimonial. I am, again, one of the greatest honors of my life is, okay, I got to be one of the first testimonials for this, because I'm not going to put out what clients you have, but I already know tomorrow's price is not going to be today's price, and tomorrow's work is going to keep on building. So here I am, minding my own self business, giving an idea for a book I didn't have the day before. And my problem is when I communicate on screen, I can keep in mind, let's not go total professor mode. Let's not do that. When I write, Maestro Mathews, Professor Mathews just comes out. And so we had a 12th grade level book. TrueMystique has tools to help you analyze where your writing is, so that you can then go back and look at and actually can work on different parts so that you can bring them to the grade level that you actually need it to be for mass communication. So there was a big edit for that. And that's not just grammar syntax, punctuation. That's not that. That's a whole different, like, does this read for the people that you're actually trying to reach? Oh, by the way, she also helped me find my marketing avatar. So we actually knew exactly who we were trying to reach. So we have a marketing avatar. We now know what grade level it needs to be, and we know how the language and also tone. So she was able to help me with all that. Y'all saw this. I'm so geeked about this cover. I'm gonna come back to that in a minute. But the gloss, I talk a lot. I mean, Auntie Love and I run neck and neck on being able. We'll get on and be on for hours talking to ourselves, basically on video. I talk a lot. I know what I'm talking. I try to know what I'm talking about because, like TrueMystique, I'm not going to come out here. See, both of us are Christians, and confidence with love represents the goddesses equally well. We answer if we misrepresent. So I'm gonna try to know what I'm talking about, but that has nothing to do with whether you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
What the heck is a decentralized exchange? So she's like, "You don't need a glossary for this." I'm like, "I've already spent all that." No, see, no, I gotta humble down. I gotta humble down. I gotta humble down because it's important that people understand. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna do this glossary. I never would have thought about it because I have no idea what. When you're in your head, you don't know what people don't know outside your head, and then you have to get your ego down.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what TrueMystique added, and I'm gonna give y'all the intentional testimonial I got to call today. It didn't have a glossary, it needed one. It was hitting 12th grade, lower college level, which it does not need to be. And then, of course, now see, I want y'all to understand it. Babe, this is the proof. But the paperback is coming for all your holiday stockings. But here's what I want you to understand. Y'all know who've seen it, bought the Kindle, how it pops on the screen? Do you see all the different layers of gold and canary yellow and electro and blue violet and actual purple that are on this cover? And I need to mention Confidence with Love said, y'all put your bestseller sticker on there. This is an Amazon best-selling cover. Because nobody knows me in the crypto field like that. But you know what they saw, right? Y'all see this? One of these bulls had 3 legs when it started out.
Yeah.
You can't just throw something in AI and then no. You have to have someone who knows what they're actually doing. So we're gonna have a bull run on a 3-legged bull. All that had to be fixed. And then y'all don't ever think about the spine text of anything. Amazon held that up for 0.062 of an inch.
Yeah.
This young lady worked part of Thanksgiving to help us finally get Amazon to heal. Your paperbacks will be here next week. Presumably will be available for it's on our Aunties first. Presumably Tuesday, December 5th. We finally made it past. Now let me tell you all, finish my testimony about how the kind of work that TrueMystique can do for you. I got a call from Trek Star Sam, who is another one of our wonderful Black women traveling. She's been doing this almost 20 years. She's been working on my book and she's been traveling. She said, I'm really extremely happy about this book because it actually was so clear. I feel like I could get started doing all of this right now. She's shouting it out on her show, which means it's now going to the English-speaking international audience that she has.
Nice.
So, but if TrueMystique doesn't do that part about the edit and doesn't make sure there's a glossary, that doesn't happen. I could not have done that on my own. So, y'all, if you want your work to be ready to meet the world, if you want the world to actually have it be like, y'all see it? I'm so geeked about this cover. Y'all do not even understand. It will be back multiple times over the course of this. This is a work of art. And then the real ones won't have this not for resale bar. So you will put this up on your shelf and have this. And when we're spending our crypto money later, this still will add up as, oh, that was the first piece of art that you purchased? Yes, it was. And you got it with the book, y'all. You want a portfolio piece.
Yeah.
Now see what I got to do now. Let me finish my testimony. I need to redo my first book now that I have somebody that knows what they're doing. I designed the cover on my first book. That was a mistake, but I didn't know until I was 27. So I didn't know. I just need to get it out there. See, now I'm getting my first book redesigned. We'll talk about that another day. And then the other thing that's going to happen is starting in January, as the bull run approaches, We still got some social media stuff to do. Guess who I'm going to?
Mhm.
Guess. And you
Yep.
think I'm looking around anybody? Somebody said, well, you know, you can always go on Fiverr. I'm like, I'm glad you on the other end of the phone because I don't have to slap you. What you mean? You didn't
Bring
bother
that
going live.
True
Y'all
Mystique
didn't see
over
what you mean? Fiverr. What you mean? But see, I have to get my money right
Mhm.
because last month prices are not this month prices.
here.
You do not
Nope.
go to someone with the multi-hyphenate, multi-potential like ability of True Mystique and not have your life together. Now I can also testify that she'll work with you on a payment plan, but don't play.
Yeah.
You get what you pay for out here. And as Black women, because other people have treated us as chattel for so long, sometimes we do this to each other. Stop it. This is the work of a free woman who has got to be paid, not paid. You heard that extra syllable. Paid for her work. You don't just get this on the half shell on a shade tree mechanic. No, 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 no. We're not doing none of that. Get ready. Take your Christmas money. Don't go blow it on New Year foolery. Get your Christmas money together and get yourself what you need. Because now we can take this level of art, we can roll it through social media. And by the way, if you get your life together in 2024, that money will come back to you if you do it correctly. I can go promote this book confidently because I already know anybody I give it to who speaks English around the world.
It didn't hit me.
Everybody judges the book by its cover. It is what it is. So I'm in the door already, immediately. This thing went to number one, and number 3 in the categories it was in within 2 days of launch. Nobody knows Deeann D. Mathews in the crypto world. That's that bestseller cover. Don't play. You can't do better than True Mystique. If you are serious about what you're doing,
Right.
get your life. Y'all always hear me say, get your life together. And hire True Mystique. Don't play. I've been looking forward to do that.
Thank you.
Testimony for so long.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. I've been looking forward to that for so long. Okay, so now that being said, I've kind of set up this question for you. How prepared should we be? We've talked about the prices, but what are some other things that we know we have to pay you? But in addition to that, because some of us are less organized than
Yeah.
others, some of us kind of multi-potential, like, but we all over the place. What are things that we should do to prepare to work with a virtual assistant of your skills so that the process is actually streamlined?
Mhm. Well, number one, I just say come in with all of your ideas ready. What it is that you want to do. I'm also open to bouncing back ideas. We can brainstorm. Number two, micromanaging. No. See, if you're gonna be a person that's very picky and particular, like micromanage. Oh, can you do that? Da, 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 da. I will be more than willing to work with a person and say, okay, so this doesn't seem right. Okay, how can we fix this? I'm like, okay. But to micromanage everything, it means you don't trust me to do my work. You don't trust me to do my work effectively. And if it's getting to that point, the relationship is not going to work. Keep your money. The money is not that important. Respect and communication is also another thing. Professionalism also is another thing. Just be just respectful and just open-minded to suggestions. And like I said, I'm more than willing to go the extra mile to work with people. Payment plans, again, ideas. If it's something that you don't like, okay, just in a respectful way, just say, hey, I was thinking that maybe you could change this, exchange this for that. And I'd say, okay, whether or not it would be a good idea or whether or not it wouldn't be, because like you're paying for expertise. So although you have an idea of like what it is that you want and what it is that you need to get done, I can tell you whether or not it would be a good idea to do this, or whether or not it would be a good idea to implement some of this stuff. So basically, besides payment, just professionalism, being open-minded, do not be. One thing that I really can't stand is just micromanaging. In communication. That's about it.
Okay, sounds
Yeah.
reasonable to me. Although I will say here, let me be gentle about how I say this. What you just said epitomizes what we so often don't experience from people as Black women.
Mhm.
So that for some of us, I mean, I'm going to use myself as an example, pre-life coaching at age 40. Y'all can probably imagine me as a micromanager, and that would not be fun. But I'm very detail oriented, and I have a pretty clear idea about how I want things done. It took me a long time to learn how to delegate.
Yes.
So I would have been probably one of the worst possible clients not that many years ago, believe it or not. And I'm just going to say very gently that part of this conversation is highlighting the things that we as Black women, because we have been mistreated. The easiest thing to do is to pass on the mistreatment. As a client, I kept having to remind myself, do not pass on the foolery. It's easy to do if you're not conscious of it. And before age 40, I don't think I would have been as conscious. As easy to do. What TrueMystique is asking for is very reasonable. It is aligned with all professional standards in the world. But I'm highlighting it because as Black women, we have not experienced this, and therefore we have to surface it so that we can then treat each other. What is it that Stephanie Perry says on her channel? With loving kindness. And of course, because TrueMystique and I are both Christians, we know what that is, but it has to be what? Practiced. Now, let me tell you about how you get changes made. True did 5 cover samples. I sent them to a lot of people. The wisdom age people all like cover number 1. Remember that Auntie Love? It was black and it had those 2 bulls on it. Everybody in the wisdom age all love number 1. Okay. Everybody who was between TrueMystique and I love number 2. But I do have a Black man author that I do work with, and he said the problem that you're going to have with that is it's too light for half of your target market to men. It's too lavender. But then the younger ladies were saying, as much darkness as there is going on in the world, the other one is too black. So I went back to Mystique. I said, can you combine it? Can we get the bulls onto this one? And can we get that background a little bit darker so that we can work out these 2 things? Because my control group is saying 2 very distinct things. So this one has all, what did Byron say about that Black woman? And she walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and stars and skies, and all that's best and dark and bright is in her aspect and her eyes. See, Byron didn't know he was talking about this. It has all the aspects of dark and bright that everybody liked. She managed to combine it. Do you think I had to sit on top of her about that? No, I did not. She was able to do this, and she has stuff going on in her own life. But you know, the Kindle book came out on October the 30th. We'll have that. It's going through the Amazon Live project. I'll check one more time before we leave. But this is just November 30th. So this is not someone you need to worry about on efficiency. If I hadn't asked for different changes, we would have been done a lot sooner. And if Amazon and its 6/25
yeah, they were bugging.
We would have been done by the 15th. But that wasn't on TrueMystique. That's just Amazon just being petty.
Yeah.
You don't need to micromanage a professional. And again, I just need to say that as someone who had a change order and ended up getting the best of both worlds, you don't have to sit on someone that takes quality in their work. So, I mean, the 3 of us here, we know this. And I think that the audience that More Aunties has knows this. But when you're actually in the process, you literally have to detox from the unprofessional behavior that people put to us standard so that we can literally intentionally practice not only just basic professionalism, because we don't always get that in the workplace, but also that aspect of, Auntie Love says it perhaps better than anyone else. Sacred, uplifted, protected. I don't think I have it in order, but I know I got those 3.
As long as you got the words right.
And of course, from the Christian side, loving kindness, you know, and allow people to breathe. And as a journalist, let me say this, relax those tough deadlines. Give yourself time to actually get stuff done. That was a struggle for me because I have always in my head a very tight deadline. But what I've learned, and TrueMystique has been helpful in this, is like she'll make sure I have a progress report so I know what's going on if it didn't get like the date I expected. And then we just go from there because it'll be ready when it's right. And look here, you gonna rush this? You gonna mess around and mess this up? This here? It looks like a $5 million. We just have to make money on it now. But it's already there. So I just highlight that because we aren't given that kind of space as Black people. So as we practice on one another, we can help one another innerve the genius. The genius was already there.
Yeah.
I just had to keep my mentality together and not wreck it and not ruin a beautiful relationship. And like I said, I'll use myself as the example because y'all, evil Deeann, ain't nobody need to deal with that. I mean, I'll be over there with anthrax and nightshade. Auntie love, shoot.
Oh
Ain't
man.
nobody need to be that side of me. Ain't nobody need that.
Yeah.
But we pass on the foolery to each other because that's what we know. Some people we ain't gonna talk about, we know that they went through some stuff and they passed it on and they cut a check for several 8 to 9 figures because they did all the foolery. We don't need to practice that among ourselves. And I can tell y'all, you don't need to do that with TrueMystique. Communication, respect, loving kindness. You're gonna get what you need. You're gonna get what you need. You ain't gotta worry about that. I just want to put that out there because I know it's easy for us to slip back into old habits. Let me see. So that would be that question. Okay.
Oh wait, can I ask somebody asked a question? Ice Coco, I believe, asked a question in the chat. Okay, she said, "Hey y'all, hey TrueMystique, how did you learn graphic design? I'm currently self-studying it."
Okay.
Graphic design, along with everything that I do and learn, is self-taught. So literally everything self-taught. I just taught myself YouTube videos. I first picked it up when I was in college, and I think I told the story. I'm just gonna condense the story. So I was a chemistry major in college. I had to switch to criminal justice, and then my professor in college, academic advisor, he was the one that really influenced me to become like more of the creative person. And it really honestly all started, it's kind of unrelated, but it kind of all started off with a writing piece. And he's like, "Oh, this is really good." And then it just started from there. And then I just decided to just take it upon myself, and I showed him that. And he just encouraged me to keep going. I'm the type of person where the same suite of tools that I use with like AI now, I've done it with non-AI tools just about like 8, 9, 10 years ago. So I've been doing it. I've just been researching different tools and different programs and softwares to use, and I just picked it up. I just picked up a free like Illustrator type of software, and I just kept going. I just had the interest and kept going, and I learned through YouTube videos and self-taught. Literally everything that I have is self-taught.
The genius.
Yeah.
And the persistence. The life of an autodidact is hard. The genius and the persistence. Which goes to question 5, which I'm going to pass to Auntie Love. We did define multi-potential light, but there was a specific question that Auntie Love wanted to ask about that.
Yeah. Hey, Beauty for Ashes and Tori, how are you? I'm so glad to see you. I hope I haven't missed saying hello to anyone. A little bit behind on pulling up the messages. You know, I was sitting here thinking as you were talking, and I was listening to Auntie D's testimony, and you describing how you work, right? How you process what someone brings to you, and then you turn it into what they need as editing, a brand, a social media, and all of these inputs. And I was like, where have you been all of my life, True? Where have you been? Because my I'm often in my genius zone, and I think the three of us are. And that does require introversion. Generally, you're not writing a book with someone else, right? You're not generally editing with someone else. What you're doing is you edit and then you give it back to the next person, or you write the material and creatively produce the material, but then there's no one doing that with you, right? Usually. And I am a visionary and I'm into project management. So I already believe in, what you're doing. That's why you're here. Because, this is another aspect of me saying we're not in competition.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Though other people may think they're in competition with me, but I'm not, though. I'm just saying.
I'm not either. Yeah.
Me neither.
I'm not either.
Right.
Like, okay.
And when it comes to that, this idea of like micromanaging or whatever, I just feel like for us specifically as Black women and Black girls, we, instead of doing what you're asking, right, True, to be, respectful, come in with your ideas. Okay. Now, me, I'll give you my ideas and then just drop them off. Like you have to find me because I'll be like, oh, okay. What? Because I give little to no explanation and then I should have and whatever. But I don't think people appreciate what is required to do what you do. I do videos. You guys will see me do these little shorts. It's got a little music to it, especially my firearms ones, right? And that's great. You know how long that took? You know how long it takes me to do a freaking thumbnail?
Yeah.
Hours.
I don't want to. Girl.
Takes a while.
It takes a while to get it right.
Yeah. And the idea that you have been here and I didn't. Okay. Yeah. I feel a little cheated. So I definitely, we've talked about there's something that I want you to edit, but also I'm tired of doing every little piece of something and then I have to learn it. And it brings us back to something we were talking about before. Girl, I had to learn this crap. I didn't want to. No, I didn't. I just wanted. Can I just give it to professional TrueMystique and go about my business of laying around and drinking my own, my brews and stuff? Girl, can I?
Yeah.
I don't want, the work that you put out. I just want to make sure everybody goes to the description and you will see all of these ways that you can connect in with True. Okay. And as I said in the beginning, she has a newsletter and it just speaks to your heart. Like you could just sit there and listen to it. So I feel like, okay, you said like you need to come in, you come in with your ideas. Kind of what about somebody like me who's like bunch of ideas and then I throw them at you and then I'm like, girl, go do you, girl. Come on, yeah. I'll come back in and communicate, of course, or whatever you're asking me, and we go back and forth. But to like, okay, so what do you think? So, okay, what about this? Okay, so nope, I think you're right, True. Go do you, girl. Yeah, I get on people's nerves the other way, where I'm just like, okay, I already know. Okay, you're smarter than me. I need people around me who are smarter than me, and that's how I've always been as a director. Is that so? How do you deal with someone who just throws a bunch of ideas and they got a kind of a concept, but then they're just like, okay, do you, Trish?
I can't really say that I've dealt with somebody like that before, but I mean, because how my mind works, I could kind of say that it would be easy because that's kind of how my mind works. I have a whole bunch of ideas that seem to be not connected at all, but some way, like it's through the grace of God, like I put seemingly unrelated concepts together and just produce something that is amazing. I've always done that. And I think now, and especially Deeann, you definitely saw like how literally how my mind works, like with the interview that I did with you and with the questions I was giving you. You were like, how in the world would this question connect to this? And this? It's definitely an art more so than a science, but it's just a gift. That's the only way I can say. Because if I were to try to explain it, I can't even explain it to you.
It is a gift.
It's just the way that my mind works. So if you were just to throw things at me, if you gave me like I would need like a little bit of direction, but outside that little bit of direction, I'm like, all right, let me see how to put this and this and this, and then throw my own thing in there to make it happen, and then it just happens. So
I would just say both of you are so different than me, though. And an amazing truth is that you have a way to work with two very different clients. I'm very focused and organized. I pretty much know what before I even come talking, but I know. To me, throwing ideas at people, that interview that she mentioned, I just also want to mention that TrueMystique also can do your social media in terms of doing your interviews for you, and they will be unique. See, I didn't ask, and let me just say this, I didn't ask for Wall Street, but if I get real close to the camera, y'all see them skyscrapers back there? Y'all see that? Let's see if I can get this on the camera. I didn't ask for Wall Street. Her mind just realized that needed to be there. So her interviewing process, yeah, I'm just keep 100. I was confused, but what I learned how to do, because someone like me needs to be more spontaneous, is trust the process. Credit to Joel Embiid, who's always talking about that. We just gonna lift that and move it over here. Trust the process. But both of you are so different than me because I'm listening to both of you and I'm like, I'd probably be ready to jump out a window with that process. But see, that's why, because True can work with both types of clients. But I didn't know that because Love, you strike me as so organized overall. I would never have guessed that about you.
Yeah, I mean, I am I very much have a single Black mother way of thought, you know, and I think that's true about a lot of us as Black women, whether we're mothers or not. When you are in this world and you know that you have to get things done, nobody's coming to save you like they do other people, I guess, in some fairy tales where I don't know. You and then you think in this way that is a just in case. So we're always preparing for your just in case. I'm very highly like that, which in mental illness terms is called OCD. But in trying to practice not, to let that go and to reframe how I think. And I think this is important for us to understand when we're working with one another as Black women and Black girls, is that we get to process differently.
yes.
And I have learned during years of hiring other people and working with them that people need to make mistakes. Other people think, oh, you shouldn't make mistakes, and oh, I should trust you. You should prove that I should trust you. I, as a servant transformational leader, think I need to work to help the other person trust me. That way they know they can make mistakes. Now, yes, there may be consequences to the mistake that you made, but you can make mistakes. And what it tells me is we're learning together. Because the other question to me is, what is it that I can do to better support you? And I want to keep that question in mind, True, at the end, because I know I'm going to forget. But I want, when we get ready to wrap up, I do want you to address how we, as me being 820 years old, how can I support you? How can, you know,
Looking
Miss,
good. That
I
skincare
said,
line.
yeah,
Yeah, right.
820, you looking good, baby.
I'm
Right,
just saying,
exactly.
Good.
I'm just saying, yeah, um, how, how we can better support you specifically. I mean, you gave us, if we come to work with you, girl, this is what you gonna, ain't nobody doing all that tripping, okay? Don't do that, because you could have, if you like that, you could have done this shit yourself, and we could have, maybe we just not a match, and that's okay too. It's not offense, but I just feel like we have these incredibly out out there expectations of Black women and Black girls, and we as Black women also do that with one another, where we have these incredible things. But I'm gonna say it, Legion can come through and not know any of whatever. They literally appropriated it and come on and say stuff like I want to say this a few months ago on TikTok. This white woman said, Legion said, she was describing how she felt about a Black teacher that she worked with some years ago. And she was saying how brilliant this woman was, and that she herself, as a white woman, didn't know that she had internalized racism. Okay. And such as this, that, the next. And the way she felt about this Black woman, um, that really this Black woman should be helping her, because that's what society always told. Black woman should be her sidekick. Despite the fact that this woman was excellent at what she did in her communication style and all of these things. And so then the lady goes, I've been doing my work and whatever. When I looked through the comments, all I could see was like Black women and whoever just going, yeah, you're doing the work. That's so great. Look at you. And, it's so great that you realized it and this and that. All I could think is, you terrorize that woman, because it's not that you just were jealous of covetous or whatever you saying from back in the day, and now 10 years later you realizing it. No, I know you hookers. You went and you terrorized her. You messed with her money. You bullied. You came up with ways to undermine her, and all of these things that we have to face every single day as Black women. So this idea that we have to be perfect, but we'll give applause to the dumbest ass shit. How long Black women been telling you were cool? And now so now that she said it, it's fine. So I wanted to bring that back together with you, True, to say that we can change our mindset, and we can understand that a lot of times behind these companies or organizations, there is a Black woman or 3 or 4 or whatever who are bringing all these great ideas and things like that. But we as Black women, I just need us to have more compassion and grace for one another and our own brilliance, So um you something Miss D said was she had the humility to allow herself to be helped by another Black woman. Because I also feel like we get help, but then we have to be nice, nasty somehow. And that's not how we need to approach true mystique. You know, we're going to need to check that. We're going to need to think about whatever comes into our head on a more negative basis, or, you know, a slight or something like that. She's literally telling us all we have to do is communicate. It's just that simple. Like, literally use your words.
Yeah.
Right? So this, you know, this idea of that we could be tapping into you to do the work that you do, right?
Yeah.
And the other thing is, we talked about being autodidactic, right? We've said that several times here. And I feel like it goes along with being a multi-hyphenate and a multi-potentialite. Because autodidactic simply means, okay, I got some letters behind my name and some other bullshit. Yeah, I went and got some degrees so white people shut the hell up. However,
I never thought
my
about it that way.
real education is what I've read up on. You know
Yeah.
and the things that I've taught myself.
Yeah.
And then took the process and put it into terms like what you're saying, True, where we took this creative process, we read up, we did all these different things to learn for ourselves, and now it's almost like it's offensive that we did that, and now we want to put a price tag on it. Well, what the hell you think you're doing with Susan over there? All I'm saying to her is back up your kid, hooker. Shout out Snow the product. Okay, back up your kid. If you're not going to be talking to Legion like that, if you're not going to be tripping with them like that, if you're not going to have these high demands that you have the same energy you give us on the negative end, my suggestion is you start giving it to them. And we start changing our mindset about how we deal with one another. Now, if you're an anti-Black woman, I realize I can't help you. Okay? You over there with other folks. Good for you. You should go do that. I'm not going to be hanging out with you. However, that's just me. With you, True, it's such a powerful word, multi-hyphenate. And it's pre-ancient and current. It's the current history of Black women to be able to be this way. Why do you think we just don't recognize this in ourselves? You know?
Yeah. I don't think we recognize it in ourselves because we have been consistently taught that we are not important, that we should dim our light, that if we do too much, people are going to view us in a negative light. So a lot of us try to do things to just diminish ourselves. Also, again, with the low self-esteem that has been in programs of Black girls since they were kids, from family, from society, that also affects our mentality. So because we haven't had people around us that helped us embrace the totality of who it is that we are and embrace our natural gifts, that's something that spills over into our adult lives. So it's something that if you don't have the ability to be introspective, do the work, and just embrace that, it's something that I don't want to say that it'll be lost, but it's something that you never really tap into. And if you don't tap into it, it's just something, it's just like a missing aspect of our lives, you know. So it's just a combination of factors: society, low self-esteem, always feeling like we have to diminish ourselves and dim our light, and then compound that with low self-esteem. And we don't feel as though we have the safe space in order to express that fully.
Um, and yet you're able to do that.
Yes.
You're despite what you've gone through,
Mhm.
you know, what society has said, what people around you have said or not said, the way they behave towards you.
Yeah.
You were able to
Mhm.
conquer it, and you know, at your age, my
Mhm.
she's younger than you, she's 24.
Yeah.
Um, I I didn't know
Yeah.
how im I just didn't know.
Mhm.
I didn't know what I didn't know.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say this, all of y'all listening to True Mystique, Auntie D,
Mhm.
myself, you're responsible for what you do know, though.
Yes.
And something I often run into is people when I ask for something to be done, or you know, I'm saying to, because in my mind, Black women can do any and everything because we have, and
Mhm.
we continue to.
Mhm.
So I will often hear people say, and this goes across
Yeah.
demographics, when I ask them something, they'll go, "Oh, well, we can't do this, we can't do that, we can't, oh no, can't do that. Oh, I'm not able to, and blah, blah, blah." Girl, I said, what can we do? I didn't
Yeah.
ask what we can't do. I'm not interested in
Mhm.
what we can't do.
Yeah. Yes, that
So
too.
how did you get there? Because it's going to be how people are going to experience this with you,
Mhm.
that
Mhm.
you've moved past this, and
Yeah.
you've now are making profit from your abilities as a multi-hyphenate, as
Yeah.
a multi-potentialite, and as someone who is autodidactic.
You really, honestly, it sounds easier said than done. You have to not take the opinions of other people seriously. You have to not care about what other people think. That's literally simple and plain. I've always been like rebellious in my thinking. I've always had a different sort of opinion and difference of thought, and my thought process is always different from the people around me. And it's like, mama, like comparing my mother to myself, because we are night and day, completely opposite people in every sense of the word. She more so cares about how people see her and view her. I don't care. Your opinions don't matter. Because I'm a person that is so rooted within myself, and I'm so assured of myself, and because I've done the work and I'm introspective, that introspection, which I've realized not a lot of people do, that introspection allows me to truly see who I am, truly learn who I am, and appreciate that, and just know what it is that I possess. And then just with that understanding, I drown out all the outside noise, because it doesn't make me, it doesn't break me. You didn't make me, you didn't break me. And even the people who did make me outside of God, I this is my life. I have to do what's best for me, and that just includes forging my own way and not listening to what it is that other people I have to say, it literally is that simple. It's literally that mentality. And I realize for a lot of people, especially for Black women, we are too caught up in how society views us, how other people view us, how we're going to be seen. I don't care about none of that. And it's literally that mentality right there, that I don't give a crap mentality, that it has allowed me to do these things. And as y'all say, like, be a pioneer, because I don't see myself as a pioneer. I don't. Like, even still, like, with the stuff I'm going through now, I'm like, pioneer? I'm like, huh? But now I see it. But it literally, you have to shape your mindset to be like, I don't care what anybody else is going to say. I'm just going to do me. Whatever opinions that you have about me, that's a you problem. That's not a me. It's not going to stop the show. It's not going to stop what I have going on. And you just have to have that mental fortitude. It's difficult, especially in a society and in social media that always like to tell you that you're not this. And because you're a Black woman, you're not that. You not this. You can't listen to those people. You have to be so in tune with who it is that you are and what it is that you know that you're capable of. And also, because I'm a Christian, you have to know who you are and whose you are. And if you know that who you are and whose you are, what everybody else got to say, it doesn't matter. It does not. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Now, what you said right there,
Yeah.
see, that's why we ended up working together in the first place. Because, see, I watched you walk her talk as a woman and as a Christian. That also helped me to be reminded that I had to remember who I was. Because a Christian, people don't ever turn the page. If people had ever turned the page on the Bible about how you're supposed to treat people that work for you, chattel slavery could not have happened. Presuming, of course, that we had a Christian nation somewhere back there. Now, for those of you that want to presume that, you just didn't turn the page, you're ignorant. But that's another different show. But there is a very specific way that a Christian employer is supposed to treat all employees, but especially a sister. So I'm literally in my journal that I got from taking Confidence with Love, Self-Confident Black Women course. I know this is not that show, but the journal comes with the course. It's a beautiful journal. And going back and forth about, Lord, what would you have me to do? Because I can say a lot of stuff to encourage truth. And the Spirit said very clearly, close your mouth, get your money. She for real. Yeah, you're gonna be one of her first clients. Yeah, you probably looking for somebody with experience. No, be quiet, get your money. Because real recognize real, but also because when you get to a certain point in your life, you need people that are not going to be paying attention to everybody over here. True has this wonderful quality, which I wish I had before 30, of being able to say, it does not matter what y'all think. I'm good with Jesus. I'm good with myself. I'm on a move. A lot of us didn't get that early. But then again, I grew up in soft San Francisco too. So, you got a little bit more room here to kind of flounder around. You ain't going to freeze to death every October, November, December. So you have a little bit more time virtual based on the culture, but then do you really? Because none of us know how long we're going to be here. That aspect, true, of being able to drill through the noise. And this is something that, I'm talking about on my channel quite a bit, that this is what we really need to do for 2024. But the fact that you are so young and you have already drilled through the noise gives you so much ability and so much space to be able to use what God has given you in your own service. People forget that we're stewards of our own lives versus Black women. We're never supposed to think about that. But see, the genius is unleashed when you stop worrying about people that don't have your skills, don't have your ability, ain't done your work, and all those things. And see, I was able to see, watching True's process while going through my own, because I wasn't planning on writing a 5th book. So I'm kind of in my head going through, okay, do I have time to do this? Is it going to make any difference? I'm not an established author. I'm not all this. I'm praying and going on about. And then that one day, the Spirit said, stop writing about it. Stop talking to her. Stop doing all that. Get your money and hire her. But if she hadn't done her work and I had not done my work, see, we don't get to like I said, this book represents the genius of 3 different people. Love is a bestseller too. She ain't talking about it today, but she's a 7-time author and a multi bestseller. So you see the genius of TrueMystique here. You kind of got to open it to kind of see the inside of my genius. You actually have to do that. And then Love already had this sticker here at hand. It just sent it to us. But we had to do our work. we had to do our work.
Yeah.
And I just want to commend you again. And then you didn't necessarily have all the different support that, that is available everywhere else. You had to do a lot of things completely on your own, just you and the Lord, just doing work. And I watched you do this. And how difficult that is, because most of us are so codependent on everybody around us. How difficult that is to get away from noise and get away from being dependent on other people and going and doing the work on self with the Lord is not simple. I'm sure Congress would love it, but she's this way, my right, your left on camera. Would tell you that if you are in any serious religious system, this is still going to be true, because the self has to actually take in whatever it is that you're learning and
actualize it. Yes,
actualize it. You actualize. I watched you actualizing.
Yeah.
And I just need to emphasize to those of you who are listening, that course that I mentioned, it's out there. It may not be in the description of this video, but you can go on Confidence with Love's page. If you are a Christian, stop worrying about whatever it is, your pastor and all the rest. I know it's Christmas time. I'm just going to put this out there. Jesus Christ never ordered that it be celebrated and we throw our money on gifts and people who don't even like us.
Nope.
It could not have happened on December 25th because the shepherds and Mary and Joseph and the child would have frozen to death.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you're a Christian, there's a lot of stuff you need to back up on off of that's in the way. Because a lot of this European imperialist stuff we were taught, that's legion. Confidence with Love is correct. That comes from the pit. Don't worship Constantine this year.
Krampus and all them gifts. That's
Krampus
not...
and you know what? And the thing about it is, when y'all really look at the European celebrations, you're gonna see the demonism. I hate to go there, but someone was just talking about this because my second language is German, and people are like, well, if Germany's out of context, y'all would think we really hate children because of Krampus. I'm like, you know what? Don't make me tell y'all off in two languages. I know what y'all were doing 80 years ago. I know what y'all are doing to immigrants right now. What you mean out of context? I guess I'm not gonna be able to move over here because I'm gonna have to tell all y'all off real quick. But I'm just saying, you don't have to participate in any of that. A lot of things that you have taken as even holy,
it ain't.
One of the videos that you need to watch that TrueMystique has done, y'all need to watch her breakdown on Astro World and Travis Scott. Y'all need to watch that. The genius of this woman and the spiritual insight that God has given her, in addition to all that. See, look,
and this is before me being saved, by the way.
What now?
It was before me being saved, by the way. Not like fully leaning into Christ that I actually did that video.
Okay, I didn't even. I would never have guessed it, because that was one of the finest breakdowns I have ever heard. See, the thing about it is, like I keep saying, all of us were created with this ability to for the creation. Love calls it the evolution. I was a Christian, I'm uncomfortable with that term, but I know what she's talking about. That all the things that are in the creation are not all here yet. Some of these things we need to bring forth. But unless you do the work, so I want you to really, when you run this video back, I want you to talk about how True talked about how she, at her age, like I said, it is rare. We're all 14 years different. True is doing stuff at her age that I didn't get to close to 40. Love, I know you've been on it for a minute, but like I said, you're at that wisdom age. So, you've passed through these stages, but True's going to be way ahead of probably both of us when she reaches our relative ages, because the work is done. I can't emphasize to people enough. I'm always on my channel talking about, get your life together, get your life together. True actually got her life together. Yeah. She realizes all these other people don't own her. All these people, she's not responsible to all these different people. She's responsible for upholding the calling on her life. Now, the Lord may add and subtract people as she goes along, but she's not owned. Do you understand the power that comes into your life? I believe Love and I are both self-published authors a bunch of times because we didn't want to be owned. We didn't feel the need to do that to get our message out.
Yeah. And I'm like, with this whole, the way that the social media works, trust me, I know what gets clicks. I know what gets views. I know that I could turn up. So I could play that role. I could play that stereotypical role if I wanted to. But because my integrity, the way that my integrity is set up, it's so I can't put myself in like certain positions. There's just certain things I wouldn't do. Trust me, I'd be in a better financial situation if I was out here doing foolishness with the rest of them. But again, the way my integrity is set up, I don't.
And that's why you get to do this. That's why. We didn't plan to get up and be involved with a bestseller. We had no idea that was going to just be granted. But this True Mystique is like the person, when I talk about get your life together, I want you to come out as True Mystique, because most of you that listen to me are younger than me. Don't wait till you hit 40, 42. You can get there now, or at least from wherever you start to where you are today. Because when you really begin to get focused on why you are here, and it's not for the foolery, and really cut these other noises down. Do you see from just this conversation that we're having how much power that is available to be unleashed, how much genius, how much beauty? And everybody's not going to be in the same area of art, but do you see that subtracting yourself from the foolery is essential? Do you see that not listening to the opinions of people who do not understand the process is you need a little sprinkle of New York too? You might need a little sprinkle of New York too, because like I said, California, left coast, different ideas. But then again, my sprinkle comes from military. That's a lot of my family people. I got mine from veterans. You got to get the smack done. At some point, you are responsible for what happens to you and whoever you allow to be in your unit. At some point, you are your first unit, y'all. Every single one of you.
When you realize that a lot of these things out here are intentional distractions, and you know that they're distractions, you have to move differently in order to get what it is that you need to get to. Because there's a lot of people that want you distracted so that they can benefit off of you not being focused and you not building your life the way that you need to. Because the way the world is set up, they're going to intentionally do more and more and more distractions to keep you and knock you off your square. So when you know that, you have to move pivot and move the opposite direction.
Yes. Wow. Yes. Yes.
In the self-confidence class, where this comes from, one of the books I read, it just went out of my head what it was just now. Upper limiting behaviors. And that is intentionally, yes, what the society does, specifically with us as Black women and Black girls, that we're so focused on everything and everybody else that we've gotten used to that, or rather we've become addicted to suffering.
Mm-hmm.
And those upper limiting behaviors feed into the fears that we've accumulated, because we come to find out the reality of it is it's not a fairy tale. Y'all are trying to make nightmares a fairy tale, and it's not. But we have within us power. True, you've spoken in different spaces, and this is actually on your channel. You speak, your YouTube channel, I'm sorry. You speak about, in your description, empowerment. And I want you to come back at me for what I'm about to say. Hey. Come back. Okay. Nice. Come back. Come get me. Set me straight, girl. I think one of the things that I've learned is that other demographics may need empowerment or whatever, but Black women and Black girls already have power. We've just pressed it down with fear, doubt, pain. People really do understand that we're powerful. So like any elemental being or the cosmos or water, whatever element we're talking about, whether it's being a Black woman, a Black girl, an indigenous woman or girl, the power's already there. I think one of the things I considered quite a bit was helping people remove their pain so they could unleash the power. Because I don't actually, I think that's a different thing about our mindsets too, is that the way, let's say the way I look at fear, the way I've conceptualized it now is just very different from the people who were around me or whatever. And I do understand in the Bible is, you know, fear not, you're in the Lord, you have grace. You know what I'm saying? And all you need is fear of the Lord. And we know I don't bend the knee to any Lord or male or whatever. Or male adjacent people, whatever. And I'm interested in that, being able to embrace our power and being able to work on our mindset is also something that I feel like you're doing. People come to work with you,
Yes.
right? Like Miss D is describing that, you know, and that you've recognized your powers and your abilities, your skills, your talents, and you've pulled them all together, and you've decided, I'm going to listen to my intuition. I'm going to trust in myself. I see fear as, I don't actually have fear for myself. I fear for other people who are vulnerable, but I don't have like, oh, somebody's coming to get me or whatever. I'm like, come on, what you working with, girl?
I know why you don't. You dial 988 again.
Yeah,
You about to dial 988 though.
Yeah, I'm about
Okay.
that. I'm about that life. So come through. You know, I'll be inviting people. You know, that's really why y'all, I don't have a lot of trolls, because they all like, the occasional person stumbles over there, but
Yeah, it's
then they
over.
like, oh damn, who the
That
hell
last
are you?
one.
What is wrong with
Yeah, that drag, that last drag.
Woo-wee.
that? Was so much fun. But you know, I really am like, we do this whole thing where we're upper limiting ourselves and don't think we really realize that we're actually putting things in the way of us. Like things that happen in the entertainment world, great, wonderful, you know, and not right. And yes, we can use that as examples of things we don't want to happen in our lives, or things that we've seen happening all around us all this time. But now that celebrities are showing their asses, I got news for you. They've been showing their asses. Black men have been like this. Go back and look at the Black men in entertainment and what they did to the Black women in their lives and the children. It's no different. It is no different. Because this is how we've been acculturated. And what happens in behaviors is what you believe is what you end up acting upon. Okay. So even if the thought comes through my head to put something in my own way so I don't have to be successful, you know, I could give myself excuses for not being successful and reasons and shit. that is me needing to work within myself to change my mindset and therefore how I behave, right? Because behaviors are a pattern. And like any pattern, you can your brain can be rewired. I know people think we stop growing, our brains stop growing, but we actually can't. Our brains do continually build new pathways. So you have been really talking about, I'm just using different language, how powerful you are and how powerful you believe the people are that can work with you, right? If they come with the boundaries that you have laid out here. And you've been very clear about that, while we've been talking, what those boundaries are. So when we're talking about the fact that there were steps that you took to ensure that you learn to embrace yourself, including being able to not care about other people's opinions about you and your self-body autonomy. And, yes, you guys can communicate about the work that you're doing with someone, but what we're not going to do is sit here and talk about my glasses and some shit like that. I mean, like, I get to have self-body autonomy, and I feel like that's what you've been telling us.
Yes.
That you can come over here and get with TrueMystique, and you are going to get the same excellence, the same excellence, the same excellence. But you also have to understand that TrueMystique is a human being. And my comparison of Legion is because we will give them the benefit of the doubt. We will sit here with Black males and go, oh, well, they're our family and this and that. I don't care who's trying to kill me. Okay, I don't care if you're related to me. What difference does that make to me? You have fashioned yourself my enemy, so I'm not gonna be doing all that with you. All right. You don't get to just have some name tag and think you can go over here to TrueMystique and then just go, well, you need to change your whole thing.
Yeah, see, I don't tolerate things like that.
No, we ain't doing
we don't
none
do
of
that. No. And I'm the type of person, I don't care about titles. I don't care who you think you are. I don't care how much money you think you have. Because I'm the type of person that give respect, I expect the same sort of respect back. I have tamed my tongue for years, because if you were to talk to me that way now, then like 5 or so years ago, you got the same response. You would have got a different response. So I've tamed my tongue in that regard. But one thing about me is very clear. I'm not a person that tolerates disrespect well, and I don't know who you think I am, but please don't get it twisted. I'm who I actually am, because I am. I try to come off as very respectful and like caring and compassionate, but I'm a human being, as you said, so I have limits. And any type of behavior that seeks to try to dehumanize me or try to remove me from like myself and like try to knock me off of the standard that I have for myself and who it is that I am, I just have a low tolerance for, in general, just a low tolerance for disrespect. But I am a respectful person, and I'm the type of person that I consider myself to be a mirror. So the energy that you give me is the exact same type of energy that I reverberate back to you. And if you don't like it, may I suggest that you do the internal work that I've done to check that behavior? Because one thing I will do, and people get mad at me, but I'm like, no, I do mirror the behavior that you exude to me back onto you. I've had to do it on my YouTube channel several times.
Yeah, it was some drags too, though, in them comments. Woo-wee! You better get your life together before going over there. You're not gonna like what you get back. Don't do it. I'll just block you because I can't be bothered. But if you mess with TrueMystique, like you mess with, don't mess with it. Don't do it.
Nah, I'm known for I'm known like I'm known for more verbal repercussions. So
Them repercussions be hitting hard. I'm like, I'm not even the one that did it, and I just like, ow.
I'll do it,
Really?
but I like to be I like to be an easygoing person and like a respectful person. But you know what I'm saying? I don't want to come off as like disrespectful to people. That's just not the type of person that I want to represent myself as. But just literally, you have to give respect to get it. That's simple. Just respect humanity, respect people's humanity, respect people's individuality and autonomy. And they're not gonna have any problems. That's it. Like any person. Like it's not anything major or anything like, oh my God, this is too much. Like, no, just respect people's humanity and your humanity will be respected. That's it. You know?
Because you
I'm sorry?
said there was something that okay, you know, I was all up in your business, going watching, rewatching stuff. I already watched this stuff. Okay.
Like this time.
Yeah, I remember she said, oh yeah, I remember that now. You along the same line, one of the things I heard you say was that you learned from your mom to treat people the way they treat you.
Yes, she always says that. That is one thing that's consistent. She always says that treat people the way they treat you. Yep.
And the so-called golden rule, treat people like you want to be treated. No, I don't want to be treated like you. I'm going to tell you how I want to be treated. Like TrueMystique is sitting here. She's telling us how she's going to be treated by whoever it is, not the way you think you might want to treat her. Okay? No, that's not what we're doing. We're listening to TrueMystique communicate with you how she's going to be treated by you, or you can keep it moving. Okay? Because all money ain't good money, and ain't nobody gonna be tripping with all that. Okay? It's true. Your genius is genius, and so this idea that someone's gonna come and this girl, no, nobody's doing any of that. Nope.
I will tell you to
We
keep your
already
money.
told
Keep your money.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you to gladly keep your money. I don't. If you're gonna come and act crazy, keep it. I don't need it.
You are not for sale. You are not for sale. Not to be treated like a slave, not to be treated like a chattel for no amount of money. You are not on sale. You are not for sale. Period.
Yep.
Now I'll tell you what I could do.
Yes.
Ain't nobody else gonna sell that for me.
No.
And that's a message that I feel like we're all three putting out here. We are telling you we are genius. We are visionary. We believe the same about you. I, as a nurse, the expectation is I'm by someone's bedside, and that's where I'm going to be for the rest of my life, running up and down the hallway, tripping with, legion of whoever it is, or, trying to lay in the cut so that children don't continue to be abused, no matter who they are. I can't, whoever their mom and daddy is.
Yeah. That's one thing too. That's one thing about it too. Kids, no matter who they are, children are children. That's also a prime thing about me too.
And that's something unique to me about us as Black women generally. We don't go trying to figure out ways all night long how to jack your children up. Like y'all be figuring out, coming up with, oh, you can't read this book about your own history, or you can't know about Black women. What? You can't know about Black girls. You can't know you were the resistance. You can't know. No, we're going to tell you how we want you to deal with us harnessing your power and using every single part of your body to do whatever we desire. you know, no matter how sick and cruel and unusual it is. Okay. So, you know, when you said that, I had to laugh when you said, you know, that your mom was like, treat people the way they treat you. I had a friend and she would say, well, about whoever. Okay. And I adopted this where I would go like an ex something long years ago. Now, how would such and so move? Because apparently that's the rules. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. What's if I left this mofo a message, but he be calling me that girl? You left me a message? Click up. No, because apparently what we do with one another is we ignore people around here. Okay, we ain't doing that. So just like that's what you do, that must be how you want to be treated. I've already told you how I'm going to be treated, but I'm gonna give you, you know, that. Um, and I think again, this is a different mindset. This is a different way of operation that you are doing with us. That you are that you know, I'm not really a respecter of ages either. I don't care that I'm a million years old or whatever. I don't care if I have a newborn. Newborns are some of the most powerful beings on the planet. I don't know nobody tougher than a newborn. Girl, go ahead. Everybody been in the knee. Everybody go, ain't nobody sleeping. What are you talking about? Nobody's sleeping but the baby. Okay. You gonna put them in clothes they don't care about and all of that stuff. But you better have a milk. You better have that milk. I ain't playing. You better have my diet, girl, and you better be snuggling me. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't care that you work 12-hour shifts. What's your point? That's not my problem.
Yeah.
You know?
That's a personal problem.
Yeah, that's you there. I don't know nothing about that. All I know is you need to get with the program over here. And I've learned so much from children, you know?
Yeah.
And I've grown and evolved because of the children in my life. And I think this whole thing where we are saying, oh, well, so-and-so's only in their 20s, so they don't even know. Girl, shut up.
I hate that.
Shut up. Okay?
I hate that.
Yeah.
Can I jump in there when you're finished about that?
Yes,
Today on the first day?
You know
when you
what?
finish.
True.
I get that a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't. In my mind, I'm like, what kind of fucking sense does that make? What? Okay, I don't care. Do you understand? I don't care. People ask me all the time, why do you hate Black men or whatever? No, I went past hate and then rage long time ago, girl. I don't care. I don't care. I don't understand why you think that I need to care about grown ass people because they don't care about me. They make that play every single day. Okay, this ain't no. Oh, we have it. What do they like to say? Something warfare. Gender war. Girl, obviously you don't know the difference between war and murder. Okay, there's a whole Geneva Convention and rules they wrote that they don't follow. That that you can distinguish between what war is and what someone committing homicides on bodies of Black women and Black girls and Black children. Girl, that ain't some sort of gender war. Because of a gender war, how come I'm not taking you out like that? I really don't understand why. But anyway, that's beside the point. I just think we really are gonna have to maybe take some times to explore how we're thinking and really realize within ourselves. So that thought just came into my head. Oh, where did that come from? before we unleash that on other people.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I'm sorry, Misty. Get it.
Let me jump in on this because I remember. See, and I can now say this at 42 as opposed to 24. Maybe the person in their 20s is working harder to get the information. No, having Google doesn't hurt. Having social media doesn't, YouTube doesn't hurt. But there were libraries before that. When I was 24, none of this stuff existed yet. I was in them libraries. I was looking for the advanced melanin empath in my local library, and you know my library isn't advanced enough to have it. So I'm probably gonna have to go ahead and purchase it. Or see who else has it in the country and have them send it out here. But I still sometimes use the library. So there are things that I do because I actually tried harder to figure out what the heck was going on. So then when we roll up on somebody like TrueMystique, well, you ain't even supposed to have this at 24 or 28.
28, almost 29,
No.
yes.
29. Okay, I
Oh,
keep
28, almost 29, yeah.
29.
I'm 28.
Okay, so 28, 42, wisdom age. We've got a million over here, but there's a 14-year gap. Y'all do some math. But this is the thing. That's the other thing. Maybe somebody in their 20s cares enough to actually go find out what's going on, dig into themselves, and do the work before the rest of us did. That frustrates me. It always frustrated me, but I didn't have the language the way TrueMystique has it at 28. The other thing about that is, if I'm 42 and love is wisdom age, and the 20-year-olds don't know it, you know what that really means, right? That means wisdom age and middle failed. Lord, deliver me from older Black women, because I've been through this too. Who gonna talk about what you can't do but can't teach?
I'm going through that right now. I have a video about that.
I know you are, because that's what happens. People my age will sit up here and low rate you and know what you need to know, and instead of telling you, see.
Yeah,
because
it's frustrating.
we've all been, well, I don't know if everybody's been through it, but a lot of us have been through this. It's just like you're the one actually trying to learn, and you get put down by people who don't care about it as you do. You're trying to learn. They know what you're trying to learn, but they ain't gonna help you, but they're gonna talk mess about you. It almost came out the other way because this really frustrates me.
Yeah.
And see, now when people try to do this with people younger than me in my locale, I'm like, don't even worry about it. I'll go deal with that person. And if I have to go deal with an older person on this, it is not, not cute, not fun, because we're gonna keep it within respectful, but within respectful, I can let you know, no, we're not gonna perpetuate the full. See, when people, because we have a more Aunties exclusive coming up in a minute. For those of you who will purchase the book for the glossary, for those of you who want to put this down, this art in your collection today, launch day just got moved. But let me finish my thought. We have to stop as Black women. This is something that we have to hold ourselves to account for. It's not always everybody else. We have to stop pushing the hate off on the younger Black women. We have to stop this. We have to, because I hear what confidence does about how Black women, how we are able to look at children and not put on them whatever their parents did. But you know what? We don't make an exception. We eat our girls a lot.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do, and that's terrible.
Now, there are some people eating their boys too, but this just ain't that show. We talking about the girls. We eat our girls. We push off the stuff that happened to us, and we push it off on that next girl in line. And if she is someone who has been gifted, and if she is someone who we see can live a different kind of life, we either look at it as, well, if they are going to do that, we need to harness it for ourselves, which makes us in the same mindset as everybody outside the doors this young lady is going to enact. Or we try to stomp it down because we don't honestly want to see the next generation do better than us. Some of us honestly don't. Well, I didn't get to do that, so you shouldn't get to do it either. I had people, when I was 28, people were walking around telling me, I've done everything you're going to do. I'm like, ma'am, I just said, Lord, tell you what, show me what no one's ever seen before. For a minute there, I was the most prolific gospel music composer in San Francisco. For a minute there. Then I got back into my writing, and so moved it over there. But the fact that someone that much older than me felt the need
That's
to
disgusting.
say that. See, now it's since then we have a better relationship now because I told people I won't be nice to you till about age 35 because that's gonna get you time to get to X age, and if the Lord has not explained it to you by then I'm gonna have to start doing some stuff. There are people who I could have broken in half and thrown out of choir lofts. I've actually been physically struck by some of these women. I'm like, we ran around the corner from the police station. You ready? We do horrible things to younger Black women.
Yes, we do.
And the things that I have been through are not even at the highest level because there are certain things that mama, daddy, and grandma and them could not be done to me because my dad's a military veteran. You want to die real quick? That's a good way to do that. But we have to take account. Not enough people 42 and wisdom age are making room for people like TrueMystique.
Yes.
On what Aunties, we're trying to undo that because when we had a comment, we understand why the word Aunties gets on people's nerves sometimes because older generations have failed.
Yes.
We failed. I'm just gonna say it at 42. By the time you get gray hair in your hair, you need to understand that you are not the only thing going on in this world. That there is a whole nother generation of beautiful Black women that need to be uplifted. If you do not understand that, you're part of the problem. And don't get out the wisdom age still acting a fool. Please don't do that. Because you're supposed to be what? Wisdom age. But they also say there's no fool like an old fool. And there's nothing more tragic. When you consider the power of older Black women through history, and to see someone abdicate that to become someone who eats the younger women.
That's
we got
treasonous.
to stop with the foolery.
That's treasonous, honestly.
It is. Because not only are you betraying yourself and the young woman that you used to be, you are now betraying the future of everything. Now, love is better. Auntie love is better on probably any subject, anybody probably on earth, about how if Black women disappear from this planet, forget it. You may as well get Elon Musk and get your ticket to Mars because you're not going to be able to live here. And if there are no Black women to terraform it on Mars, believe me, you're not going to be able to live there either. Ain't no such thing. There was a Black man who finally admitted ain't nothing moving without a Black woman. It is what it is. So we have to stop eating the young people, the young women. We have to stop telling people like TrueMystique that you ain't supposed to know this at 28, almost 29. Who you think? You got to stop it. This is ridiculous. We have to stop destroying the future of our own people. We have to stop destroying any chance. And if you live in the United States and you're doing this, you literally are cutting your own throat quickly. Look, remember, okay, because y'all remember that the reason that we have a House of Representatives is because the Honorable Cheryl L. Johnson came in there and had to bang that gavel. They took 15 attempts to try to get somebody they were going to throw out in 11 months. Y'all remember that? 1/6 of the government was having to carry on a Black woman's back in the United States. Do you know that if we're going to try to keep it apolitical for the moment, but do you know that if it so be that number 45 does not become 47, it'll be 3 Black women who will carry in charge to make sure this actually happens, 2 DAs and a judge? Do you understand that Ruby Freeman's bravery is why we know what was happening in Georgia? So if we're not supporting younger Black women, we as Black women are cutting our own throats. We're not going to be young enough to do all this stuff forever. Hello. I'm so sick of 20-something Black women talking about how people are doing the same foolery as I was hearing. We got to stop this. And if no one else going to stop this, don't bring this mess to Auntie Love and I. We may have to hurt you badly. You may get a triple drag, because if you say it the truth, she gonna deal with you. We gonna find out, and then your psyche and your ego may not be in a good condition Like Auntie Love said, this is not a safe space for you if you do not know not to attack younger Black women. We don't really care who you are. No. If you come as an enemy, you just might on 3 channels and here be treated as such. We not about to do this. It is 2023. Park yourself on the wrong side of all legs and go somewhere, find a seat and sit yourself down and keep your mouth shut. Do not, with the extra T, do not bring the foolery over here to True Mystique and other young women. Don't do it. She not gonna have it. I'm not gonna have it. Auntie Love ain't gonna have it. We're not about to do this. We're not perpetuating this foolery any further.
Nope.
Yeah, you know what? A woman. I just couldn't get out amen.
We understand. We love you where you are right now. I understand. I didn't want to get completely specific because we know what I'm really thinking, a Black woman. But okay. It just got longer.
Yeah. I take what Miss Auntie D is saying extraordinarily seriously. And for me, True Mystique falls underneath that. Just as if she was my own goddess-born daughter. It's just like Michaela she's one of mine. And there are times when like Michaela be like, okay, Mama Love, fall back. Cause you're getting ready to get ugly with something. And I can handle, she's quite capable. She is an incredible woman who is in her mid-20s and she's already been an advocate. She's already been, she's worked with Black Lives Matter. She's worked with Rosa on her own accord with in other areas, and so I get hot. And I'm going to tell you, that's going to be the same thing when it comes to True Mystique. Just like Auntie D said, I'm telling y'all, don't fuck with her. Okay? Don't do it. Get your communication together. Get yourself respectful. Work on your mind set. Work on practicing better behaviors or whatever. Okay. I don't care who you are. We all know how I get down. I don't care. Okay. This idea that we don't move all of these things, to make it easier for True Mystique, Michaela, my daughter, your daughters, nieces, goddess daughters, granddaughters, that we don't move objects out of the way and people. It is not true that, I heard somebody say, we need to let Black men, start letting people know that we shouldn't be messed with. Girl, I ain't got time for that.
They told you that directly?
No, it was some comment. I was like, girl, that ain't.
Who was that individual?
Girl, who was stupid enough to tell you that?
They didn't say it to me. Oh, girl, no.
Okay, because I'm like, did they survive?
Yeah, that would have been fun. But to be very clear, as a Black single mother, I came to understand through my own traumas and pain that my daughter ain't experiencing that shit. Everybody need to bend the knee. Y'all can kiss my whole entire neighbor's dog's ass, not mine, because y'all might have rabies or something. I don't know, but we're not doing that. We're not doing any of that. And if you want me to come and allegedly go around a space with gasoline then stand back and start pitching matches, fuck with her. I dare you. I dare you.
She did not say allegedly, y'all. You have been warned.
Yeah, I dare you.
Hey, look.
I dare you. So, because it is a part of what we're doing as aunties. Like you brought up something, Auntie D, you were saying, people have told us, that's kind of this and that, Auntie, well, we're not other people and what other people have done with that. We are working to gain people's trust. You might not like what I say, but you see me be a woman of my word. And that doesn't mean that I don't get to change my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I listen. If I tell you this is how I'm going to get down, it is. Now you might not like how I'm going to get down, but you can count on I'm going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
If I told my children no, you can count on that as no. If I told them yes, you can count on that as yes. That doesn't mean that life doesn't happen to me. That doesn't mean that I don't have my own things going on or whatever. And that's another thing. We also get to be vulnerable. We also get to express ourselves. I express myself in the way that I do because I get to. I do not need to not use intellectual profanity. I do not need to not talk about my weapon. I do not need to whatever the hell you talking about. Because it's a funny thing as little girls, as little black girls, we didn't have a problem letting other motherfuckers do whatever they wanted to our little black girls or when we were little black girls. But it's a funny thing when we get older as black women, you want to tell me how I'm supposed to dress or what I'm supposed to think or
Mm-hmm.
how I'm supposed to present, my work. I'm not supposed to be making people jealous. Girl, I am not in charge of people's feelings.
Mm-mm.
That is your own power. You understand? Your feelings are within your power. If you keep telling yourself and other people that, oh, you made me feel blah, blah, blah. Girl, don't nobody make me feel nothing. I just felt it. And that's under my power, So I really want to make sure that we are really listening to True Mystique, that we are taking in what she is teaching us. And, True, I'm going to go back to multi-hyphenate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you this example, but like me as a nurse, I've been told, like I said, stay by the bedside, some other weird shit. But I've been creating programs since I was in my 20s. And oh, you didn't author books, but you're just a nurse. Listen, whatever box you got in your head, I don't have a box. So, as someone who understands what it is to be a multi-hyphenate,
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of I want to hear from you again about that we have these different abilities, but
Mm-hmm.
we we're like, oh yeah, I could do that, but yeah, I could do this, but we don't put a price on it. We don't understand that we need to have multiple streams of income,
Yes.
that we ought to be, when we put a price on our thing, like you said, what the price was yesterday, what it's going to be today.
It
I'm
makes
just
sense.
putting a price in a white envelope and sliding it across a virtual table. Girl, whatever price you was thinking of, yeah, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
because I'm way worthy. And
Mhm.
um, I I really want you to speak to the fact that you are um you are very deep and you read up. Is that what you would encourage other people to do? That you're not going to make it um oh well uh you have to go season meat, do all this creative stuff to the meat, and then cook the meat, and then take it and bite it up, and then chew it up for me, and then put it in a puree, and then put it in my mouth.
Oh Lord. Nah. Oh Lord. Um. Okay, so can you like rephrase the question? I don't think I kind of like.
See, I would have just thrown that out and just you see, True has to tell me to communicate that. And she's right. Yeah, because it went everywhere. Would you be you know, would it be your opinion or not that you're going to remain doing things in a deep way and
Okay.
that they would need to go read up or whatever, or like you
Mhm.
said, work on your mindset, get you some
Mhm.
therapy, a hug, something. Damn.
I mean, yeah, like I said, I am just a deep person in general, and I'll be more than willing to like go the extra mile to like help you like to understand if need be. Like if it's something like a process of mine that you kind of don't understand, okay, I can explain it and I can't hold your hand, but if you give me like enough like information, I can help you. But there is also an element of yeah, I require not like require kind of require, but uh, just a level of mental acuity is not the word, but I don't want to use the word stupidity. That's not the right word I'm trying to use, but just
May
at
I
least have
suggest
like
the word?
sure.
May I suggest the word
Yeah.
engagement?
Yes. Yeah. Just to be engaged and yeah, pretty much just be engaged because I am deep. That's just how my mind works. Um, I try to be deep, and depending on the project, it might not be like this super like intellectual type of like process. But as long as you are like engaged and you have like just a baseline just level of intellect, that's just really it. I mean, but just how my mind works, whether it's going to be inadvertently or I just verbalize it, the depth in my mentality is always going to be there. But will I explain some processes? I can if you need me to, but I do like need like a certain level of like intellect for you to be like brought forward in order for us to do it. Like you can't just be absent-minded. Like that's not gonna work. I kind of get that from my father, like even though he's not really the best example of intellect. But yeah, just a baseline, just level of intellect and like I said, understanding and willingness to communicate. I can go the extra distance, but I think did I answer the question?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me also highlight some wisdom that you have that I got this year the hard way. You're very wise in that you're not going to waste time. You know the distinction between absent minded and lack of intellect, lack of engagement versus lack of intellect. I'm someone, hi, my name is Deeann, and over scaffolding anonymous. I learned the hard way. The last 20, well, tomorrow is December, 23 months. If people do not want to engage with deep things, you have 20, you have 14-year advantage. You realize this ain't gonna work because you can't scaffold everything. If you're not willing to get off the shallow end and get on in there, and even if I walk you up there and hold you up, you still don't want to do it. Things have to come correctly. You all have a very deep mind. Actually, all three of us actually. Auntie Love, I won't throw this out there, but there are probably some issues we could talk about and just ask True to come back to talk about because she can keep up with us.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have a very deep mind.
True is the Noir auntie. I just want y'all to know that.
Just the Noir auntie.
Yeah.
I actually am
the other black women in their 20s and teens, they're the Noir aunties. That's really, we're just clearing up a through.
Yeah.
I mean, I am an aunt in real life too. I was an aunt since I was 11, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, see that I thought I knew there was some auntie up in there. The Noir, that very good, love. That's actually real good. I hadn't thought about that way, but that's a wonderful play on words. But the fact that you know that at 28 is going to save you so much heartbreak. As someone who is recovering, and again, I have to just thank Auntie Love for an occasion I won't get into, but she literally turned around and came back for me and got me out of a situation because I try my best. And the thing is, you spend too much time on the deep end trying to help people that don't want it. You are in danger of drowning yourself.
Yes.
And this is not something that I was really able to understand until this year. So the fact that you have a 14-year head start because you're 28, about to be 29, and I'm 42, about to be 43 in January. Embrace it. People are not going to like that about you.
They don't. I don't care.
Exactly. Stay right there. Because if people do not want to, and we're not, and let me be I've not met a dumb person yet. That concept doesn't exist. I really haven't. The thing is, it may have gotten buried so back deep, though, that they just have dumb habits now. They may have taken in dumb information. They're operating on dumb belief systems. But if you met them young enough, but that's the thing. Are you going to bring your A game or your F game? Don't bring me your F game. And the fact that you understand this at 28 is going to make your life so much better because in every aspect of your life, if you keep that in mind, your experiences, you will not have to fight through so much food. And I'm just telling you that 14 years out of having had to fight through so much more foolery because I did not know that was a choice. That's a choice. If people do not choose to engage with you on a level that suits what you want to do and what you are ready for, that's a personal problem.
It also helps that I don't have tolerance for foolishness either. So that also
helps too. But like I said, you have something I didn't have. I've never been someone who tolerated foolery for very long, but I didn't realize I had as much scope to choose when I was your age. See, you're embracing the fact that I already know if you ain't able to engage with the process, if you absent-minded, no. See, I didn't know I could do that. So I commend you for knowing this. Your life is going to be so much better in so many different ways because I'm in recovery for that. You've already passed through the recovery. Right on.
Thank you.
Right
Thank
on.
You.
So
it's a process, but yeah, sorry, love, but yeah, it's a process, and trust me, I haven't always gotten it, and it took me a while. So I kind of have to credit the things that I've been through and being in periods of isolation that actually kind of help develop this mentality. So I can honestly say that a lot of the bad periods and where I was forced to be isolated or scenarios put me in a place of isolation that I really had time to sit down with myself and think and go through things and grow through things. So that's what helps me with my mental fortitude and all of that. So it's a process, and a lot of people are not ready for that process. But the process is there. No, it is
fun.
No.
Hey, Ice Coco. I see Auntie. Hey, and London, you too.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
What is up? Good to see you. I'm so glad you all are here with us as we celebrate True. Mystique, we definitely want to be able to highlight the diverse ones of you who are doing your thing. We want to be able to celebrate you here. We want you to come on stage. We want you to talk about it. We want to, you know, when we have things to share, we share them. We love hearing from you. And so, we have so many creative, brilliant people in our chat right now.
Yes.
And I am sure we're going to have so many more people coming through and sharing their thoughts and bringing things up for us. I like diversity of thought. I just do. I think we need it. We don't need to think the same. That is not what we're supposed to do, because for one thing, we have crises going on as Black women and Black girls in which we need diverse experiences and solutions, right? And one of the things that I feel wonderful about, and I'm so glad of, is that we have TrueMystique here, who's giving you an opportunity to have her work with you on presenting your thoughts to the world, if that's what you want to do, right? 100. Okay.
But yeah.
In the crypto bull run, these two women worked so closely together. And as you can see, they're both telling you things that they've learned from each other, and what they've gained just being in relationship. Because True has said it over and over, so has Miss D, so have I, that the relationship you have with yourself is of the highest importance. It is not up to other people to make you feel one way or another. I don't understand how we think other people are supposed to come in and you should just know how I feel and you should just know this or that about me. You don't know about yourself. So how in the world, how can I, for me, if I don't sit down and figure out who I am, because that's what TrueMystique has been telling us. Miss D's been saying it. Sitting down and understanding, who am I? Who do I believe myself to be? Not what other people try to imprint on me, not what other people's opinion, not how other people have behaved toward me, but who do I believe myself to be? And are the things that I believe about myself, are they working? Are they getting me the outcomes that I'm looking for? Because we will do this thing like just a short story. My cousins crack me up. I know, I'm always talking about it. They be cracking me up. Okay. This is what happens when you grow up like siblings with with all your cousins and stuff. But being what I felt, or what people told me a lot about myself, which is I'm weird, or I'm, how come you're not married to the men that you had children? I don't want to be. They're dumb. Okay, I know I figured it out later, but I'm not going to be continuing a relationship in which you think I'm bending the knee to a fucking one of your dumbass ideas or whatever. You're male. Do what you're told. That's the way it's worked for billions of years. And when somebody turned their head for 5 seconds, goddesses took a nap for 5 seconds all of 4,500 years, and y'all have been warring and being assholes ever since. Okay, so I'm not you can't lead me. Lead me where? There's no place that you could possibly lead me. I just think that, you know, all three of us have been saying this over and over. You are going to have to decide for yourself who it is that you are and what you want. And then you're going to need to be able to communicate that. It is not up to other people to try to figure you out. Mm-hmm. It is not my job when I'm listening to my cousins. Well, you know how I am, girl. I don't give a damn. Okay. Anyway, I'm telling you how I'm going to be dealt with. Now, I can listen to how you're going to be dealt with, but for you to think I'm going to make up in my mind some magical potion that's supposed to work for you, and then you're going to turn around and have a problem with whatever I came up with, girl, go sit down and figure out who you are and what you want, and then communicate that. Mm-hmm. And if you need to read up, which I suggest you do, I don't know anything compared to what I would love to know. I really don't. So I'm constantly reading. And it was something, Misty, you and I were talking about this a little bit behind the scenes a few days back. Something that you said and I said and we said, because we get into these deep conversations, but y'all don't know us. Okay, but if you take this word and then you break it up and then you add such and so, we be doing this all the time, right? And TrueMystique is she's that black woman. She's that black woman, okay? She's deep. But the idea that I need to slow myself down. Well, everybody's not well read like you. Everybody's not this and that. Girl, I wasn't well read either till I did it.
I wasn't either.
Me neither.
I wasn't.
Okay, y'all told me y'all didn't come here reading. Y'all weren't born reading. Y'all just you actually had to read and comprehend. You had to practice reading. Is that what you're saying?
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. Because part of reading is not just calling out words, it's also, can you comprehend?
Mm-hmm. My mom says it all the time.
Yeah. And it requires practice.
Yes.
Okay. How are you going to read if you don't read? How are you going to comprehend if you don't read and read again and read again? One of the things you and I talked about, Misty, and TrueMystique, I want you to come in on this conversation too, right? Is like, we've read The Art of War, right? But what I knew when I first read it, I've learned since I've read it. So I go back and reread it every so often. There's certain books that I reread every so often because I gain something else different depending on where I am in that at that time. So what do y'all say to that?
Same thing. Like, you have to understand that depending on where you are in your life, your mentality changes, your mentality shifts. It's not something that's just static. So you could definitely have, maybe sometimes for my creative work, like when I have a problem and I just absolutely can't figure it out, I will sit on it. I might have to sit on it for hours. I might have to sit on it for days. And then if I come back at a later time, a later date, I have to like change my thinking, and I notice that I can't attack the problem the same way. So with me, like, either changing my thought process or giving time to sit on it, and something new comes to me, and like, okay, let me try it like this, and this works. So you have to kind of understand where you are mentally, and then maybe you might not be in a good space, or you might not be in a space of understanding here, but you have to come back and you have to either reanalyze things or open your mind up to something else or learn about something else to do it another way. And that could potentially give you the answer, because you're not always going to have the answer in one sitting. You're not always just going to have the answer when you first appear or when something first appears in your face. You know, it does take time, and it does sometimes require you going back and rereading and going back to a previous step to try to like understand like what it is that you've done wrong. It's kind of like coding. I briefly do. Well, I have briefly like touched on coding, like in Python. I when I say I do too much, I do too much. And when you like input a code and it's giving you an input error, it's giving you an error, you have to go back to whatever line it is it's telling you the mistake is there. You have to go back and you have to see where it is there that you made the mistake. And sometimes when you look at it, it's like you still don't, you're seeing where the line where it's telling you a mistake is, but you're looking at it and you still don't understand what mistake you did. So again, you're going to have to come back later on with a fresh mind and maybe with more research, come back. And then when you go back to fix the error, oh, now I see this is where I messed up. I probably put a punctuation where it didn't need to be, or I put like an array or something that I didn't catch. Now I caught it and now I can fix it and now it works. So life in general, how I see it is always, you're always in a perpetual state of learning. I know for a fact that when you stop learning is when you start regressing. When you stop learning, is when you die. So you always have to go back and rebrush up on your skills. You always have to go back to prior knowledge, I'm sorry, and build up on what it is that you've learned before. Maybe gain like new wisdom, new insight. You have to. That's what life is about. You have to. You can't go throughout life just relying on the same information over and over and over. When the world is evolving, you're regressing. Oh, that makes sense.
I have a slightly different take on this. It goes to the same place, but it's a little bit different.
Mhm.
You know, we know from science, you know, eternity meets you at every corner. Literally, you can divide a second down, a single second of an experience. People will get stuck for years on one thing that happened, but what we don't understand is eternities are not only decided in a second, but every second that you have has an eternity divided down into it. We know this from just mere science. So then now let's take this to the human level, those things that are not scientifically derived. We are beings made for eternity. Now, we may have differences of opinion about how that eternity is going to be spent, but the fact is what it is. So, if this is the case, how are we going to allow ourselves to be stagnant as eternal beings? Does that make any sense at all when you think of it in those terms? I'm very much a rereader. Speaking of reading and comprehending, I have forced myself to do something.
Yeah,
If I didn't understand the book first time, I've already told myself I need to read it again.
I missed two.
There are books I remember having read 2.5 times before the first half of the book made sense, and then I had to go ahead and read it that third time because I realized there was something I needed to get from it. And then years later, and the other thing is, you're not the same person you were the next year as the year before. So you may be able to get certain things. Let me use an example that 80% of you know about. If you have a Bible and you read it when you were 5, you're not going to be able to take in as much as you are when you're 15. At 15, because I have Sunday school students, young ladies that are doing this, now you're at an age where you can argue with it. And that's not irreverent. That's you beginning to reason and think about these things for yourself. Of course, that makes it hard for your 42-year-old Sunday school teacher, because if she doesn't keep learning, she gonna get hit with a problem. I have Black girls asking me questions that we thought we had settled 2,000 years ago in Christianity, but they got the question. So if I don't study and actually know that, I'm gonna get read straight back, because I have Sunday school students that write songs and come to church and let everybody know what they learned. I had a 5-year-old do that to me. She didn't realize she was doing it. And I'm like, Lord, I thank you that I'm not a heretic, because everybody in the world would have known I was a heretic today. So you have to continue to learn. And the other thing is, no, wait, you're right, my left. There we go. Servant transformational leader. Anybody who considers themselves a steward, which we talk about stewardship in Christianity, How you gonna be a dumb, uneducated, uninformed, unready steward? What we about to do here? So that if you do not go, because I already talked about how the eternity is in every second, which means in any book that you have, and like I said, there's some breaking Noir Auntie exclusive news. So I'm gonna recommend the book to you that actually went live today because TrueMystique did that extra work. Amazon got it through. I'll get to that in a minute. But even in a tiny book, you're going to get different things from, because every piece of information you've ever had has an eternal soul attached to it. And when we get stagnant, we are not allowing ourselves to access our present eternality. That's basically what you're dropping the ball on. Like I said, my thinking about this is a little bit different. But we are, someone said this, we are spiritual beings in a human experience. When you really stop and thinking about your learning process, when you choose not to read up and reread, I mean, I sometimes do this with songs. Like there's, and you need to do that. Like I said, y'all need to listen to this TrueMystique talk about your Astro World and Travis Scott. Like they found out all this time that all these gentlemen, and I'm being very, well, no, let me correct that, predators, were out there telling us what they were doing in their songs 30 years ago and nobody paying attention. Literally describing false imprisonment, literally describing SA, because we're not trying to get channel taken down, literally describing what they were doing to people. And nobody was paying attention. But I mean, even in a positive sense, that songs that were meaningful to you, you may not even understand why they were meaningful to you, but you go back years later, like, oh, this is what I needed to know from that. Oh, this is how I learned the first natural principle about life here. And now I'm 42, I can recognize, oh, even though this is not from the same viewpoint and the same culture, this here actually compares to my grandmother singing this Negro spiritual over here. So that means that this knowledge here is universal, which means I can go and be anywhere in the world and I'm going to find a common set of knowledge, at least under common grace, whereby people can make Black women, we can link up everywhere because we have a common set of knowledge. But if you don't do the work, how we going? Things don't happen by osmosis. If I rub this book up against my head, even though it came out of my head, I still got a lot of stuff on my mind, right? So I may even, if I don't keep up on what's going on, may begin to lose some knowledge that we need as we go in here. It doesn't happen by osmosis. We have to actually put in the work. And when we don't put in the work to learn and find the depth to which we're capable, we are copping out on our present eternality. We are copping out on the level of stewardship that we can have. As Black women, we talk about wealth. And I know some of our sisters are into divestment and hypergamy. And you want to move into a particular area. Do you know how much reading up you're going to have to do to hang out with the younger version of Warren Buffett, starting from where most of us start? And I'm not talking about somebody just made $100,000 this year and is suddenly a high value man. No, that's doable within the realm of what all of us are commonly thinking about. But if you really are going to move into wealth or be attached to wealth, do you understand the level to which you have to read up to be able to keep up in those worlds? I listen to wealthy people talking about, I try to read 5 books a week, 5 whole entire books a week. And then, well, if I had time and I didn't have to work, then I could do that. No, here's the deal. Okay, maybe your work schedule won't let you read 5 books a week. Maybe you need to read Season the Crypto Bull Run for Financial Freedom on your off time so that you can realize that you can take what you're doing and work for your investments. You might be able to realize, I've always had a project. Let me go talk to the best-selling cover designer so that maybe I can start a book of my own that's going to allow me to have some extra income. But see, all those things are choices. Nobody said you had to read 5 books a week. Pick one. Pick one project of your own, and you have somebody out here who can help you get it right and make a decision. But when people are talking about, well, I don't read like that and I don't read well and all the rest, what they're basically doing is making the decision that they never will. What you never start, you will never do. And to be fair, all of us have faced circumstances that help to give us that push. This book would not have been written had there not been the agony, and had Auntie Love not come back to that. Now, basically, you need to come up out of there, right? That wasn't a circumstance I would have ever looked for. But we all still have choices, because we also know people that cannot escape a mess because they have not chosen. And when you choose not to do the work, when you choose not to do the reading, you are letting those precious eternal seconds. And this is the other thing. I learned a new phrase from Auntie Love this week, which I cannot say in Latin. We damn ourselves. I'm going to have to ask her if it's love to say it in Latin.
Nos damnare nostrum.
There it is. Nos damnare nostrum. As we let these, and by the way, if you read the Bible, that is also the testimony there as well, because people have a decision to make relative to Jesus Christ. But in every other aspect of life, I will never be 42 again. I remember my father used to say, remember now, you're going to be 10 tomorrow. You will never be 9 again. And what he was always saying was make your time count. I've heard that. When I get to January 14th next year, if this man is still alive and in good health, which he probably will be, because his people live up to, they try to get to your kind of years, love. You don't talk about being 820. My relatives trying to catch you up there. He gonna say the same thing. And I realize now why he was saying it. There are libraries, there are good channels, there are books that you can read. And I just need to say this. Now, like I said, read. You can have them on your shelf. You can take pictures and show them to your friends. That ain't gonna get it. You actually have to do the work to dig in. Books are not like an accessory. Confidence with Love always has this amazing jewelry that both represents her personal style and her personal beliefs. So if you know, then you know. A book is not like that, though. You actually have to take it in. And those seconds that are going into eternity, not only are they passing by, you are going to be held accountable for how you spent every single one of them. Now, if so be, for the sake of argument, Confidence with Love is correct, you got to figure out how you account to have sex met let you come through the birth canal again. On that side, that's bad if you ain't done work. On this side, not only is your decision for Jesus Christ going to be considered, but then every single thing you've ever done is written down and is in books, and those books are going to determine where in punishment and where in glory. Like my father says all the time, some people are going to have shotgun shacks in glory, because they took their whole life and they did not do anything with the stewardship that they had, because they did. He's talking about you didn't even bother to crack the Bible, but you say you believe it. You got dust that thick. Well, you got to know how to do a lot of other things too. God has called some doctors, some lawyers, some multi-hyphenates, some people who get online and talk a whole lot like myself, who are preachers' daughters. You still have to know how to do it. You're going to be held accountable for every single one of those. So when we talk about read up and get deep, we're doing this for your temporal life, but we also talking about, since we're eternal beings, it's all the same. It's all the same. And again, you don't have to be a certain age. We're all about a decade and a half away from each other. We multiply out at this moment by 14. That's a double 7 for those of you that follow the numbers and all the rest. It'll still work next year, 29, 43. And well, I guess I've just told she's not quite 820, although y'all need to get Confidence with Love skincare line so you could be 820 and look younger than you are. Y'all need to go ahead and do that. That's on my community page for Small Business Saturday. I put the link in there so y'all can get the skincare product so you can be 820 and look that good. But it'll still work next year. But the point is, what you see is people who have done and are continuing to do their work, including rereading and continuing to read up.
Yes.
It's important that you use your eternity correctly, even now. Ooh, that's a good question on the screen there.
I am like an hour behind. I am sorry, everybody.
It's cool.
I
answered that question.
Excited and stuff.
Oh, you already answered the question. Okay, good.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm a whole hour behind and doing the whole both.
Well, I haven't even gotten in there yet, so you still ahead of me. I haven't even gone in yet. I used to be a moderator, and now I get distracted now because PTSD is a thing. And I know I received as good as I gave sometimes. For those of y'all that know, I was tough, but it's hard work. So I haven't even gone in there yet, but I will. I do have some breaking news, if I may put that out there now. Is this
Please,
an appropriate
yes,
moment?
yes.
For those of you who want to buy this book for the glossary, for those of you that want your piece of the rock, Amazon went on and got its life together today. And I'm actually going to go into the chat because the paperback is available at its holiday price. Now, y'all already learned from TrueMystique. Today's price is not tomorrow's price.
It is not.
But today, the price is $9.99. So that not only $4.99 for your Kindle, mind, $9.99 for your friends on time. You go out here, and when you see this, it'll be available for you if there are other people that you want to bless. The paperback link is going to go in the description, and you are hearing it on Noir Auntie first. Noir Aunties first, because while we were having this conversation, Amazon finally realized we need to get our lives together. We need to get our lives together. So you today here on Noir Aunties will be the first people who can get the paperback and have this art for yourself. I'm going to put this in the private chat for y'all. And as I told you off screen, but we'll now say it live, True, you just tell me how many author copies you want. Because now you don't. You let me know how many people you want to bless with this, and I will take care of your copies. So you don't have to worry about any of that. But for everybody else, and remember now, you're not only going to be paying me, because who's going to come back and do my social media next year? And who's going to help me do the cover on my first book and help me find a title that actually works with the SEO? So you're going to pay all the way around. And eventually, because some of y'all have noticed how my skin is cleaned up and glowed up this year, you know who else going to get some of that money? Confidence level there.
Nice.
So you're going to continue, because it's something you talk about, Auntie Love, and it's not on our agenda today, but it's something that you talk about. Black women having their own economy. And so what we do when we work together is we begin to build the building blocks of actually having an economy that is, since they love that word, strong and independent. Yeah. We begin to have an economy of our own that is strong and independent, or at least comparable to what everybody else in the country is allowed to have.
Right.
So it's just like, why is it a problem if Black women want to have some things where we work together? What is the problem? Well, we don't care what the problem is. We don't care what y'all think. We're gonna continue to do what we gotta do. Yeah, we gotta share a little bit with Amazon, and we gotta, make use of certain things. A little bit, but once we get out of this lockup period, TrueMystique even has access to platforms that don't do all the food. So we're gonna be rolling over there too. But for those of you who are Noir Aunties, you are the first people literally in the world who are going to be able to get your piece of rock. You'll have this art on your shelf, so that when you get your life together and you call TrueMystique, you're gonna have evidence right there in hand. Right there in hand. You already see. Don't play. You're the people to be able. We want to just let you know for being on Noir Aunties, because I kept checking, because something kept telling me, True, okay, it ain't working last week, it wasn't working the week before. I said, what, this probably what's gonna happen is we probably just being held up so we can bless the Noir Aunties crowd first. And it turns out that Spirit knew what he was talking about. That's why that was held up. I had a feeling that was what was going on. And see, that's why, y'all, I still have enough hair to put my flower in, because I just kept saying, okay, we must be delayed for a reason, so that those of you who made it your business to be here for almost 3 hours are the first in the world, the first in the whole world to get that paperback
copy.
on this day, when we can celebrate the person that made it, so that anybody would even buy it. And then when you buy it, when you buy it and you comprehend it, when you read up, remember who you need to. Wait, I hate it. This camera stuff right up here, up there. that's who you need to thank. I had the basic idea, but the fact that it wasn't sitting up there, and you need to go to junior college to go again and go read it. When you read it, remember, she's available. Get your money together, get your life together, get your manners together, get your home training together. But she's available. So when you read that, you're gonna bless her too. You're gonna bless me, you're gonna bless her, you're gonna bless confidence with love, because we gotta stay looking good now. So you're gonna bless some people, and then you're gonna get that information, and you're gonna be able to use it, and you're gonna have more money. So you can pray TrueMystique for more things. You can get your life and your skin together. You can go get it from Confidence with Love, and there's a bunch of other people in the chat that have some good stuff that we want to hear about. That we just be going, and we're not asking permission from other people to enrich ourselves.
Yep.
Which is the point I'm trying to make here.
I don't know if you guys remember, this is back in a whole year ago. I don't know how long it's been. Okay, Miss D is always in my head, right? This is I think I've been watching Themis for some time, and I actually had an outcome I was going for, but and it actually occurred, right? And I met some of the most incredible women there, and that's really what I was hoping for, right? I said a year ago, but I've been saying it for years, that Black women need to build our own infrastructure. And one of the things that I heard, but now I hear just like more and more now, I'm hearing Black women going, okay, we need some effort. We need to be doing our thing. We need to have our own, government. We need to have our own education system for our children. We need to have our own health thing, healthcare. And we do have Black women who are already doing these things. We need to have our own fiscal. We need to have our own media. And so I want to take a moment to, he barks when it's time for his show. Sorry. Like, where you at? Why you ain't in here?
Is he milk drunk today?
That baby is that little baby is always milk drunk. I have a new puppy that my dog gave birth to a few weeks ago, and he just a fool. He can't even use his legs. His stomach's so big. He's so freaking cute. I love him. But I want us to think about something for a minute. You have here TrueMystique, okay? And she is providing, contract, being able to contract her abilities and skills, right? For media. You need media when you are building your own infrastructure. Miss D has her and TrueMystique have put the two things together and provided you with fiscal information. You need your own system of fiscal so you're financially free. Okay. Something that I'm going to use Jewish people as an example. Something that they have done is they were able to build their own infrastructures no matter what country they're in. Okay. If y'all don't know this about Jewish people here in these United States, they actually have their own hospitals and schools.
Yep. Libraries. Yep.
Yeah, libraries, and definitely banking. And what they've done is exactly what Black women invented millions of years ago. The market, trading, The reason that you don't have to hunt anymore is because we developed agriculture. You know what I'm saying? So we have this idea that we can't do it because nobody will let us. And I keep saying this, but I think now people are starting to understand what I'm saying. I don't have power because I asked for it. I have it because I have it. I don't have an education because, oh, white people let me have an education. I have it because I did the work to have that. Believe me, they did everything for me not to. And just I just went through. And just as TrueMystique has said, she used the word through, not around, not above, not underneath, but through. Because when you go through the process, you actually evolve and you come up with abilities to uh, build not only your confidence, but you build capacity because it's one step after another, right? And you're able to add to yourself. That's why we're talking about reading up as well. That's just another way in which you're going to be able to add to yourself. True Mystique has told you, Miss D has shown you, Miss D was like, Auntie D was like, listen, she was able to write this book in less than 6 weeks because of her accumulated knowledge that she went and got, that she practiced. True Mystique has told you her process and that she has practiced. She's a practiced autodidactic person. And she did not stop, and neither has Miss D, neither have I. I haven't stopped myself and gone, oh, well, I can't do that because I don't have time. I have time for what I put into, what I choose to have time for. So do all of you. Girl, if you think I did not work, where have you been? I listened again. Here's my cousins. Well, I don't have time to da da da. Okay, listen, girl. I've been a single parent for most of my kids' childhood, and I worked 2 jobs, and I was still where they were. I still knew every single thing. I still showed up at the school and told them, okay, I'm on my way, so you should call the police because I'm gonna really damage people right now. So
Oh Lord.
I was still all of that
Allegedly.
and that's not alleged. I think they wrote that down.
Oh,
But there's a corroboration here,
Oh Lord.
other people
yeah. Mess with love, bodyguard. Just
find me
Oh
like,
Lord.
don't know.
so I wasn't thinking what I can't do. Again, I wasn't thinking what I can't do. I was thinking, here's what's gonna happen. And I took the steps to get that outcome. But when you're talking about building infrastructure, your true mystique is media. She's already a part of the infrastructure we need to have. Miss D is a fiscal. She's already part of the infrastructure we need to have. And both of these women and y'all in our chat right now, you each have these amazing, creative, brilliant abilities. You are going to have to believe in yourself. Okay. And that adds to us. So when I'm using Jewish people as an example, we might be even going in our minds. Some of us might be thinking right now, not me, but I'm thinking that what other people might be thinking. I don't know. Well, we can't do that. They're Jewish people. Girl, we created all of that. Okay? I'm just gonna tell y'all. So yes, we don't know our living memory, but you can. I'm constantly putting up books. You can go back. if you listen to both of these women, they share so much knowledge with you that sometimes we would rather, uh kiki about the housewives or the next thing a Negropean did. The only reason I'm interested in a Negropean is because they are ops. And I'm definitely gonna outthink them every time, because guess what else we need? We need a military. You have to have an intelligence service. You have to be able to understand your opponent and your adversary. But first, you need to do some self study so you understand who you are and what you want and what you're capable of doing. And then take the steps to get the outcome you're going for. I'm not telling us, well, everybody's not like you, love. Everybody's not a warrior, whatever. Listen, I didn't say you were. I did not say that. First of all, most of us don't know what warrior means. You actually, for me to be a warrior, I also have to be a healer. That's the difference between let me think. The most violent people in the world and Black women. You actually have to know the body in order to be a warrior, but you have to know the body in order to be a healer. What you gonna do when Jon Snow needs your help and he out there thinking he could conquer it all? Okay, over there on Game of Thrones, he just gonna face down everything. But if he has people to the side of him, to the back of him, and working with him, he could defeat whatever it is. And we've been doing that forever as Black women. Girl, please, we can build our own infrastructure. You're seeing 3 women who, with our expertise, also would be a part of the governance, because we're 3 different brilliant genius women who, of course, are Black women. So, we have innate natural elemental powers as well. I want y'all to think about something, and I'd like for you guys to put this in the chat. Hopefully, I'll get each one of them before we're done. But I want y'all to think about, why is it we hate in these United States to see a Black woman dancing or laughing out loud or having a good time with her friends? I don't care if she got up on a table. I don't care if she was serenaded by Usher or who. However, why do we really have a problem where we actually will call in the manager or whoever, whatever, police or whatever, because Black women were laughing out loud, or Black women were singing together, or Black women were dancing? What is a Black woman wearing that's taking your resources? Well, I personally am definitely into salt and pepper, and I will take your man, white girl. But I'm just saying, that's beside the point. What is what I wear, or how I chew my gum, or whatever it is? Why is that something we need to constantly terrorize Black women over, and Black girls? Why do we need to quiet our voices and make sure when someone's attacking us that we just, let that attack go, and we be non-confrontational, don't get agitated, close off our feelings, be able to calmly say that wasn't right of you. And then when they mess with our money at work because we said we called out some shit they did to us, we in HR trying to explain, why don't you have hair? Okay. Why do we have a problem with Black women using their voice? Why? I need us to think about that. And I'm going to give you a hint because there's power in our words. We create, Black women create. We could have nothing less than nothing. We've had our skin stripped off of us. And what did Maya Angelou say? Still we rise. Huh?
Yep.
Every single thing you've tried to do, we've risen beyond it. And then even when you try to tell us how we need to respond to your violence, your terrorism, your constant mental and spiritual attacks, you're going to tell me how I need to respond to you attacking me? Oh no, I'm going to show you how I'm going to respond because you don't get to tell me that. Why do we think if a Black woman is singing, if she's this or she's that, well, she's a bad representation. She shouldn't have been doing that and blah, blah, blah. Well, a whole legion can call 911, step back and go, I see Black people all the time. I'm being attacked. Now we don't know whether that's a Black male or a white woman call because same thing. But I'm just saying, why is that okay? And they don't. These women don't ever have to be accountable for calling a whole 911 because they saw Black women. Because I'm not in community with them, but Black women barbecuing or drinking water or walking down the street. Why do we need to police Black women's bodies and self-body autonomy? And why are we as Black women accepting that we cannot use force to protect ourselves when force and violence and terrorism is being applied to us? I don't get what you're trying to say to me. I just don't understand it. So if somebody can answer in the chat or whatever, please explain it to me. Because it isn't difficult for us as Black women to build infrastructure. We already have done and do all the time. What do you think a single Black mother does? She builds her own infrastructure, and generally she works in community, a democratic community with other Black women and Black girls. That's really how we've been getting shit done. So I'm just asking the question. Maybe y'all can answer it too. I don't know. Please help me.
I'm on the same boat as you. Like I said, you don't care about how other people perceive you. I don't care about how other people perceive you. Oh, well, it's it's a representation. It's an embodiment of everybody. What? Like, I'm me. I don't know about you. I'm me, and I can only be me. So I don't. Oh, but she's a bad look. And she's a bad representation. Like like some of the female artists, like the provocative female artists. Like I'm not sure Sukiana, sexy man. Oh, but they're in a body. Look, that's not my type of time. They not me. I can't tell you not one lyric of those women, but that
I can't.
I can't. That's personally not my cup of tea. But I'm like, why, if that's not who you are, why do you see yourself as a representation of them? Like, I'm just of the type of person, of the type of like mentality, like you're going, so if you think that this person is a negative representation of you, you're believing all of the negativity and all of the negative stereotypes that other people that y'all claim that y'all hate say about you. They're just me, but like there's an incongruency there. And so other people, other races of people can do whatever, and they're not castigated as like this one. They're not like being painted with this broad brush as like the same. But us, and I'm supposed to accept that? No, I personally don't tolerate it. But then again, like I said, it takes a certain type of person with a certain mentality to drown out the noise and say, I don't care about what it is that you got to say and you what you think. That's on you. If you want to be racist, if you want to be prejudiced or whatever towards me, it ain't got nothing to do with me. That's you. That's your issue. You keep that over there. Just don't bring that over here, and we're good. Like I personally, I'm not. I just don't subscribe to that whole ideology. Like, oh, well, this person is making us all look bad and all our representation, and I'm just like, girl, I don't know.
I look at that as mass codependency in a way, but also mass slave behavior.
Yes.
And the reason I say that is because who said that other person belongs to you such that you can pile the weight of 18 million women on top of that person? That person didn't get up in the morning and sign up for that. That person did not ask to be the representation of everybody else. So how? The other thing about that, the other side about that is, well, I get tired of people saying that because I'm like, okay, I realize you don't know how to represent yourself.
Yeah.
So if you don't like the way Black women are represented, okay, it's called YouTube. Stop sitting up here complaining about what other Black women are doing and go represent Black women yourself. If you feel the need to take that on.
Yes.
Now, again, keyword, if you feel the need to take that on, you do have a choice. Now, I recognize we live in a system where the very people that we say hate us want to take a bad representation to support their bigotry. But we need not perpetuate this concept keep coming up. We need not perpetuate that. Everybody doesn't have to be my cup of tea for me to understand, because they are human. They have a right to do what they want to do. I don't know any of the names of any of these people's songs either, because that's not my choice to indulge in. But they're grown women.
Yes.
And like I have to be held accountable for every second. There are powers far above us that are going to do that accounting, but I ain't none of those. It is what it is. You know, there's a video I'm sitting up here trying to figure out how to do and probably wreck a whole people's Christmas season talking about how not to be a Christian colonialist. Because it's getting to a point where it's getting ridiculous. And a Christian has to address it, because so many people, I don't know if y'all paid attention to, the whole, I did a video about this whole uproar that's going because Target has a Black Santa in a wheelchair and a gay nutcracker. And I'm like, I know y'all didn't read up. You go read about who Peter Tchaikovsky was. All nutcrackers are gay. Go read it. And y'all just, but the idea that we have to have such complete control about how every single thing is represented, that's an extreme example. Well, we do this to Black women every day. So I can't show up as a beautiful woman because I'm Black. I can't show up as a beautiful woman because I am obese. It's a fact. I am. I can't show up and enjoy my life with whoever I choose to enjoy my life with because it's not a good representation. Excuse me, if you don't own me and I choose what I represent, how are we going to do this? The fact that people are still bothering Simone Biles about her edges at her wedding. The fact that people are so quick. And then we really have to go back and think, who gave us these ideas about how to represent and who's being represented and represented to whom.
Hello.
Do the people who we are trying to impress give two dead flies about whether we live? Now, they do care about how we die and how that profits them along the way. Confidence with Love, Auntie Love is a nurse. She knows how much money there is on Black female childbirth mortality and infant mortality, and even what's done with some of those bodies. She can tell you that's a different show. Some of y'all ain't ready for that.
Yeah.
But how, you literally, people will literally use every part of your body right now, down to your melanin.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to do all this and do all that to represent people who don't give two dead flies about our lives. Why? And then let me also say this. I choose to represent he who has chosen me, the Lord Jesus Christ. But that's a mutual choice. That's not something that anybody, even though I grew up in church, my family's been in church as far back as you would like to go, as we can remember. But that's not something that I do because my grandma and my mama did. That was my decision. And if you choose to represent, then you should be faithful in it. But the key is you choose.
It's a choice.
It's a choice. Because at least on the calendar, we've been free since June 19th, 1865. Now, if you haven't figured it out, and we're about to enter, what is this, next year, you haven't figured it out in 159 years, it might be time to do that. It might be time to do that. It will have been 405 years since Africans were brought to America in slavery. It'll be about 225 years since Black women began to be imported in mass because the United States could not hold itself up without now having to breed slaves. So if you think that it's worth giving people another year to tell you when to jump, how high, in front of whom, what to wear, what to look like when you do it, how many, down to 0.0625 of an inch of how much you're going to do that. If you think that's okay for another year, like TrueMystique said, and like I said earlier, just stay in 2023, find a place, sit down. Don't come over here. We can't do anything with that. But when you're ready to get free, we can help you. Because we're going to tell you, you do not have to be enslaved, and you do not have to accept any Black slave mistresses. I've said this before on my own channel. I'm going to say it here. I know more than one Black person, Black woman, who ideates about being a white woman. I know more than one. This is not uncommon because I've been dealing with this for now. I've been an adult for 26 years. This isn't anything new. A lot of these older Black women out there that are out here trying to treat younger Black women like this. Been there, done that, seen the movie. But see, what you have to just let folk know is, no, ma'am, I'm free. And you're not going to get these little girls. Somebody told me I have done things they've only seen in supernatural things, walking sideways through walls and through buildings because somebody was messing with some little 13-year-old girl. And that person was an older Black woman. And she just had kind of, what does the Bible say? She had stored up, the iniquity of this person was full that day. Because we're not going to do this. You don't have an owner. And in terms of your eternity, many are called. You get to choose who you get to respond to, and you pick your consequences on whatever it's going to be, but you pick those. You do your choices. You pick those yourself. So if even the powers above us are not jerking people into their service like that, and you're not forced to believe in Christ or Sekhmet like that, then you know not to let the lower mortals who all pass gas, get gray hair, get weak, and die, and are only on this earth for a little while before a higher power than themselves puts them into eternal judgment and determines the rest of their eternity. You ought not to let these other mere mortals be telling you what you got to represent. You choose what you represent, and you do. And when you choose what you're going to represent, you be faithful in that. but not because someone out there said. Who says? As far as I know, nobody told Jesus to get up on the throne so they could get up there. And I'm sure Sekhmet has a throne, and I'm sure she's sitting on it. If we're gonna go to this side of Rome, ain't nobody getting up there.
She is the throne.
Oh, well, then there's really no room if that is the situation. So I'm just like, Jesus on the right hand of the Father. If Sekhmet is the throne in her own kingdom, there ain't no room on there for me. No, there's no room. So what? No, don't make me do plenty good room in reverse. No. The space is closed. Don't come over here with foolery. You're going to hit a closed door. You're going to get your whole nose up in there, and then the braking is going to go back, and then hopefully we can put something in your brain the right way and get it knocked around a little bit and hopefully get it there. But you don't want to have to go through that. So understand before you have to go through that, you're actually free. You determine who you represent. Like I said, some things are not my cup of tea. I can tell you from a Christian perspective what right and wrong is. Do I have the power to impose that on you? I do not. I do not. Megan and Sukiana can do whatever it is that they want to do. I don't have to like it. I don't have to agree with it. That's not my call. They're grown. They're grown women. They're free human beings. So they have a right to represent, and so do you. So stop worrying about all these people that you need to represent for and not a good representation. Who says that whatever you choose, be faithful in it? But that's not imposed from outside. That's your choice.
Yeah, because this idea that I need to be modest, I understand Sukiana, Meg Stallion, different Black women going back in antiquity. This whole idea that I am a vessel for other people, or I am just a number of abilities, skills, and Black girl magic for somebody else to harness is absolutely ridiculous. That is absolutely not what I'm here for. And what we don't seem to understand as, other Black women, because we're either trying to fit into one stereotype or not fitting to another, is that these, how nicely can I say this about Legion? But anyway, white women have co-opted this belief about themselves, and they push that on other people, because the people who are writing the manifestos, the lesson plans, telling different schools what they can teach and what they can't, which books they gonna burn or whatever, are literally white women. But we have a problem with Meg the Stallion doing what she chooses to do with her self-body autonomy. That's our problem. That's what our problem is. Well, it's because of her, women like her, that blah, blah, blah. No, because here's what I'm going to say this again. Why is it, and I'm going to use my family as an example, why is it y'all didn't have a problem with what was done to my body as a child? Or my cousin's body as a child? But you want to tell me to get over it. Don't talk about it. Don't this, don't that. This is top secret. We ain't doing all of that. Okay? But when I go to, let's say, pull out my boob and feed my child, y'all want to tell me that I can't? No. You didn't stop these people from doing the whole most with my body. I'm not saying people didn't stop it for you either, though I think this is something that has happened with us as Black women and trying to adapt and take hold of being a white supremacist familiar or a Black man's familiar. There is no man that made, well, there is no man that created me. Now, a man may have had something to do with the making, but he didn't create me. I was created in a woman's body. Okay? You know, it is true. We definitely have a difference in in um how we think as those of us who are in relationship with the goddess, as opposed to monotheistic or Christianity or Judaism, and you know, even Buddhism for that matter, you know. um but here's something I do want us to think about, even as Christians. I want y'all to think about this. Do you If you don't know what's happening in the Congo, I challenge you to go read about it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you about it. I'm going to challenge you to go read about it. Because we keep saying that Black men need to be leaders and the such and so and the whoop-de wop. They are what white folks used to call during our enslavement drivers. You had overseers; those were commonly white males, but drivers were Black males who did basically the same thing. It's just they were more effective at it than white males.
Just
Go look
terrifying.
it up. You don't need to believe. Don't believe me, okay? All right. I know people when I've come back on the Bible on certain things, people have gone, "What Bible is that? This and that." Girl, I didn't write the Bible. I just read y'all old stuff to you. What you talking about? I did not write that. But when we are talking about what's going on in the Congo, what's going on with Palestine, when we in these United States put uh black children not only in cages but sold them and put irons around them uh for what? I don't know. Or when we put Hispanic children in cages just a couple years ago.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
Or when y'all sit here and know for a fact what was done to Native American children, and you don't admit that the people who had direct care of them were white women. You have all of these expectations for Meg the Stallion, but you don't have a problem with the fact that we are hitting we are the most essayed, we are the most DV'd, we die the most in the hospital as Black women and Black girls. Yet we are the most highly educated. Yet we are the most emerging entrepreneurships, despite all the things that people are doing to us. But our problem is with Meg the Stallion and how she's dressed or not, or her use of language. Her voice is powerful, and she uses language the way she uses it. And what's your point? Not only is she a grown woman, she is a Black woman. You don't get to have a fucking opinion. That's what I'm saying. Go give your opinions about white women. Because as far as I know, we're not out here planning people's mass murder as Black women. And if I go back in the Bible and I look at the quote unquote promised land, most of the Canaanites believed in the goddesses. That's what they were practicing. The Bible, God, whatever, the Almighty told Abraham, he made a promise with Abraham about that. He got with Moses, like, okay, but you're not gonna see it. But anyway, and then Joshua's job was to destroy them because they didn't practice a belief in a male god. You destroyed temples. You destroyed just what you're doing today. You keep repeating it. The reason we don't get it as Black women and Black girls, because we keep telling ourselves, well, we don't have time to read that. Oh, that's too much. Oh, I just can't. I just can't do all that. Blah, blah, blah. But it's the same thing being repeated over and over. I don't care who you say you are. When you plan to kill children outright in these manners, that is not you being at war with somebody. That is homicide. Because they don't have the capability to fight you back.
Now,
So,
we have to, go ahead.
I don't care what the reason was. I don't care what people come up as a reason for that. People came up with a reason to cage children here in these United States. People came up with a reason to destroy Black children and put them on the market. Their own daddies did. Hell, if they had a white mother enslaved, they either sold them or those women killed them, or their families did. Y'all didn't even see the light of day. But we want to have a problem with children that are mixed. Why? They're not the ones mass murdering us. Why can't we read up? Why can't we stop putting all of this weight on Black women, especially our young Black women? Why can't we make everybody stand the fuck back and shut the fuck up? And not because you know, well, I don't know, and this and that and whatever. I don't know. The goddess isn't telling me that. The Bible isn't saying this. Girl, stop. Stop. Now I gotta learn. We're actually having to learn through white women who the goddesses are. Girl, if y'all don't shut the fuck
That
up,
makes no sense.
shut
Lord. Ooh.
Shut it. Shut
Yeah.
up. You ain't even 6,000 years old, Miss Ma'am. Shut it. Shut it. You have no space to come over here and demand that I, as a Black woman, share my practices with you. What would I look like sharing my practices with you? I'm gonna take
I
you
remember that.
the one who went through Jim Crow. I'm gonna take you to her in her grave. And so you can do what? Y'all didn't do it too? Girl, I'm not going to get a switch. I'm not. My grandmother would be like, go get a switch. I'm not doing it. Oh no. We're going to be honoring my grandmother. No, you can't have a relationship with my grandmother, who is now my ancestor. Go get with your ghost. I know y'all can't have relationships, but that is not my problem. And we're not going to make it my problem. Hey, Alicia, I'm sorry. I meant to say hello to you. And hello, the other MJ. I'm not gonna. We're not gonna any longer make that our problem. I suggest that we pull our energy from shit that is not getting us to the outcome we need to get out to. Like both of these beautiful women have said. If you have something to say and you want to represent yourself, I suggest you go and find out what TrueMystique her price set is, and you get yourself together and get your ducats together, and instead of celebrating Christmas by buying, like like Mystique said, buying all these gifts for people that don't even like you, or you ain't da 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 da. Take that money and invest it in yourself. Okay? It's okay. You get to do that. You really do. You get to invest in you. And we about that life. We are about that life. You
We
can
are.
choose your daughters, your nieces, your granddaughters, your goddess daughters, the young women in your community. You get to choose them. You don't need to answer to anybody for your choice of choosing them. I'm not answering to people about, well, why do you always say that your younger daughter's gonna inherit? Because she fucking is. I work for this money. And my husband work. Okay, I didn't make him, but he did. Okay, because I'm the leader. I'm who we've been in the need to right now because I make it all happen. I make sure everybody is in general wellness. So what we not gonna do is pick my ass apart. Well, I'm trying to do all these things I can to make sure your lives are peaceful and joyful, and that you get to experience the happiness that you literally rightfully deserve. No, you ain't gonna be picking me apart while I do it. No, no. You're not gonna be calling me up and going, okay, listen, I know I called 9mm 380. So I was just mad at the moment. So now I'm already here. Okay. You should have thought of that. All right. You're not going to tell me how to roll out as a goddess born warrior and healer who is a natural empath and elemental. You're not. You don't create me. I create me. And each of us as Black women and Black girls, that's what we're doing. And I just feel like let's take the opportunity to celebrate one another. Can we just make a pact for a year that we don't have a whole bunch of shit to talk about each other? And if you do, go talk to that person. It's called what TrueMystique said, communication. Usually y'all are not hearing me call out Black women head to head, not because I haven't called them out behind the scenes or whatever, but that's grown folks' business. That's just because I don't want all these other people in my business. That's between grown ass Black women. I don't have to like every Black woman, and God knows they don't like me. I understand. But I also understand what my path is. I'm not going to continually get in my own way and distract myself and upper limit myself when I know I have work to be done. Listen, I've tried to not do this work. I have tried so hard. And it's just a part of who I am. So be who you are, but you need to decide who that is. And when you're ready and you want to express yourself, here's TrueMystique right here. You need to contact her about her services and what you need to do and how much it's going to be. And there's no going back and forth. White women can tell you the stupidest shit and you'll pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for some dumbass shit. Miss D has told y'all several times that I have a skincare line. I work hard to understand how to mix the right aromas, the right essential oils, how to use carrier oils. I went back into my own history as Gullah Geechee girl to learn about different roots and flowers and how you mix them together. By the way, I got some killer tea.
Yes.
Oh wow, nice.
A wonderful tea.
Yeah.
But I did that. I make that with my own hands. Y'all will go and get, I don't know what that is in the 4 rows white people done made up, but it's acid in it and everything else under the sun. Girl, I'm 56. 26. Most of the time you guys will see me, like right now, I might put on some gloss and like, you know, comb out the hair I don't have on my eyelashes, just like brush it up or something. But generally I don't wear makeup. This is what you're seeing. I could tell you how to put on blush right now. I have no idea. My daughter is excellent at it. I just am not. You know, I'm like, okay, that's way too much shit. I don't want no hair to do anymore. I don't want ain't nobody. I just never cared because these pursuits of being free, I put my time into that, right? I put my time into building wealth. I put my time into building myself into a better person than I was the day before. And I don't always make it. We don't always hit those heights. We're not reaching for perfection. How many times have I told y'all I am not a good person? That you believe in your mind I'm a good person, I guess, if that's how you experience me. But really, I am a series of experiences, and sometimes that turns out good for people, sometimes it just don't. You know? What we need to do, I think, is really start looking at how we're responsible or accountable in our own relationships, right? And we deserve to have happy, healthy relationships. Just because, you know, I'm not a match with another Black woman doesn't mean I can't get a project done with them. We can do this. We can have our own infrastructure. Then we don't have to keep. If I hear one more person go, well, we were just looking for equality. You already have it. if white the Legion can call themselves supremists, grab me, crack it up. What the supreme at? Do you know what the word means?
Violence,
Yeah,
murder.
yeah. That's what you mean, because I know you ain't trying to say like that one white girl. Oh, you know, white culture means intelligence and
Stolen intelligence. I mean,
Artificial intelligence.
she didn't. Yeah, she didn't. No.
That y'all stole from Egypt? Okay.
Yeah, no.
Burn the library too.
No.
Yeah,
it
right.
means that we are industrious. Industrious.
You mean colonialism?
Oh,
Yeah.
girl, y'all need to quit.
You
I was
mean
like,
slavery.
industrious. Oh, that's white culture? You lost your mind, girl. Ain't nothing supreme about you.
Lying. Superior liars.
Lying, stealing,
Yes,
and murder. So that's
yeah.
what you do. That is your culture. You made up a whole that I don't even think about whiteness. Karen Hunter came on. I love her. And white lady calling, she goes, I don't know if you could tell if I'm white. Karen had me cracking up. Oh no, I could have never figured it out. But go on. Like, y'all gotta stop. So this white girl was like, well, you know, I just came on your show. Never listened to her show before, so she claimed. Never this and that. Well, you know, I just think sometimes you're being divisive. So Karen just asked one simple white people question. What does being white mean to you? I don't know. I would have to think about it because I've never thought about it. Girl, you are this close to being your own ghost. What do you mean? I could tell just by your voice, you at least my age, which is not good for you. So I'm just saying, what do you mean? You don't know what being white means to you. And so Karen said, huh, that's funny. That must be nice to not have to think about what your color means.
Well.
So I'm saying to us, we can decide where we're going to put our energy. We've all three said it. You have choices. Girl, you might not like your choices and you have them. But you know what else? You can create other options for you. You've been doing it. If y'all don't know what I'm talking about, look up these women in here. Look up these women in here. They've been doing it. Yep, they've been doing it. They've been doing it. Look at True Mystique. She's been doing it. She's been working on her own self. She's been deciding that she is going to take each one of her skills and abilities and monetize it. I should hope so, because white folks and black men will do that all day trying to monetize us. So you think you can't monetize yourself? What in the heck? What is happening right now? I'm confused. I am confused. So True, I wanted to make sure that we touched on God, I know I just told you to remember something, True. You knew I was
You did.
I got
You
it.
did, and I forgot it.
I got it. I made a note.
Okay.
Auntie D got y'all.
All right.
So
Okay.
you asked us to close today by asking how allowing True Mystique to let us know how we individually may support her best. Because we think we know what we want to do, but we don't necessarily know what she needs for us to do. So since it was your idea, Auntie Love, go first. Since it was your idea, I don't want to steal the thunder there because I know there's a specific way you want to talk about it.
No. That's exactly it.
That was the question.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the question. I want to know what we could do as older black women, because I gotta tell you, I'm tired of us too. I'm so fucking over us right now. Shut up. If I have to tell one more girl, say another word. Don't say another word. Okay. Don't ask why somebody else is doing whatever. Go get your Miss D says, go get your life in order. So I just want to know, what can we do better as the older black women to be more supportive of you in your journey? What can other black women who are your contemporaries, who are teenagers all over today, internet, social working, social media. Okay. What can black girls do as a follow-up? Like, because their parents can pay too. You know what I'm saying? We put them in everything. They in everything except for self-defense classes, concealed carry classes.
Oh no.
Self-esteem classes, history, black women history classes, and what you're trying to do to reach us by expressing ourselves. So what can we do to better support you? Because we're off the mark over here as older black women. I'm just saying right now. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not pretending.
Wow, there are a lot of ways in which you can answer that question. But to support like me and my business, or support in general? Okay.
Nope. You and your business.
Me and my business. Okay. Well, there are well, number one, if you would like to work with me, like I said, come with an open mind. Respect communication. Like we said, I'm not a mind reader. Like, if there's something that you explicitly want, just say it, and say it in a way that's respectful. If you happen to be older, please don't use my age as a way to discredit me, because I found that I've had more sense than people twice, thrice my own age. So please don't use age as a discriminating factor. To support, not haggling prices is one, because I am fair. I believe that I'm fair with my pricing. And wow, I don't know why this question is harder than it should be. But the main thing for me is just like having like an open space of communication and just respect. That's pretty much the main, as it pertains to business wise. That's just the main thing that I want to harp on. Um, Respect the fact that, respect my expertise, respect the mentality, respect the way that I come to the way that I come to draw conclusions. It might not be orthodox. A lot of the methods in which I use are not orthodox at all. But yeah, I like to say that I'm a pretty transparent person, and I'm a person that prides myself on integrity. So don't think that you're getting cheated out. And if there's something that I do that you might not be like feeling or you might not like, you can come talk to me. I would like to think that I'm a very not just like open and open-minded person, but a person that likes to create like avenues like for communication. So as long as we just respect these basic things, which essentially just all tie into humanity, that's really on a business sense what it is that you can do to support.
I'll ask this question from a slightly different angle,
Mhm,
since I represent the churched side of
mhm,
Black older women. Now that I'm 42, I'm at the lower end of that. I'm at the lower end, and I know that as a Christian who
mhm.
talked with a lot of Black women who have left the church and have left Christ, even any thought of it. There are a lot of people, and it's not Jesus Christ's fault that there are women who legitimately feel I'm not going to bend the knee to a male because that never served me at all.
Yeah. Mhm.
There's a lot of reasons. It's not Jesus Christ's fault that happened.
Yeah.
That means that we in the church community somewhere have dropped the ball. We have idolized some people and covered for some
Man.
people.
Yep.
So from the point of view of the churched, because everybody in church ain't Christian, but since I'm still in the church, what
Mhm.
can women like older Black women, and of course, and I'm just gonna put this out there because I spent so much time in church, the older Black women that savaged me as a younger person were all churched.
Yeah.
All of them. All of them.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing for me to say it, but we just gonna put it out there to preface this question. How can the church community do better in mentoring and supporting women like you? You are
Mhm.
a Christian. You are someone who studies the faith. You have a second channel, Faith It Forward, which is amazing. You know, my dad is a theologian. So I listen to you and I'm like, that's deep, though. She done really dug into something. But we're not doing a good job. I know we're not doing
Yeah.
a good job because it wasn't done for me. And I hear the
Yeah.
same, what you're saying today is the same thing I was saying 14, 15 years ago. So from this side of the,
Mhm.
no, from this side, you're over here. I right, you're left. I'm never
Yeah,
not gonna get mad at
it's
you.
fine. It's fine. Um, as a person who does not have a church home, because ever since I was a kid, I just felt like something was just off with the church. I'm still trying to figure that out to try to find a place that like I can actually trust the people to do right. So what can church women do? Be less judgmental, because the one of the biggest things that I find, especially with like like church people, church with church is the judgment. It's like the Bible says like you should like come like especially like to church like as you are. And it just seems like a lot of the older people they don't want to meet us as where we are. They have this idea and this perception and especially an archaic perception of how it is that they feel like we should be and we should act, dress, etc. And then if we do not fit that mold of like churchianity, not even Christianity, but churchianity and like the parading around, oh, we're made to feel as though we are less than. Because the way that I look, the way that I talk, present myself and my ideas, as deep as they are, it's not, I know for a fact it would not be welcomed. The way that my mentality works, and as independent and independently thinking as I am, and non-male worshiping as I am, not gonna be welcomed. Um But there's just like a level of, I don't want to say callousness, but it's a level of like coldness that I noticed like a lot of older women have that they push off to younger women. And it turns people off. It's just not it's no, it's like it's a level of like stoicism and just no compassion. That's just the main thing. And it seems as though also a lot of people in church in general do not have like a deep level understanding of scripture, like the way that I would, even though I'm not as like, I would still be considered a baby in the faith, but it seems like I have a deeper understanding of spiritual issues that if I were to talk to somebody older, they'd be like, they would either be dismissive or they look like, how do you know that? You know? And people think, and I think especially people in the church are a respecter of age. Like, especially for somebody who's like my age, like they don't think that young people have good ideas and they don't think that young people have like any sense. But I'm like, you can learn from anybody of any age. I learn from children a lot. And I learn from people that are significantly older than me. So I'm not a respecter of age where I think that, oh, just because you're young, you don't know any better. No, I have a different life experience because of the era that I grew up in. I have a different understanding of the way that the world works. And I do have technology on my side in the fact that I'm able to obtain and digest and understand the information quickly and more available than maybe, generations past. And the respecter of age thing is one thing that gets on my nerves. The callousness that a lot of these women have, the fact that they're not open to, they're not like exactly to being like open-minded. Like they're very stuck in their ways. And I think the last thing that I can say is be authentic. Like a lot of the things that turn me off in churches and like mega churches, too theatrical. It's too extra. Just like if you're supposed to be about the word, stick to the word. That's it. Stick to the message. That's it. You don't have to do anything extra because it just seems fake and phony. And you can tell. You can definitely tell that a lot of the stuff in church is just for show and it's not authentic at all. So, and the selective morality and protecting predators. Who stop protecting these predators?
That's
Please
a big one.
stop. The amount of women and children that are harmed in the church because you chose to protect the predators and because you chose to, like pastors and preachers and all of these men in the power and in the pulpit, you've covered for them and you've supported them in the mistake. Now people are not perfect. So, but I'm like, if you're supposed to be leading me, you can't be leading me and you doing what the world's doing. It's like if you're supposed to be of this power, this position of power, and this position of excellence, you have to separate yourself between the world and the church because it's too much of a blur. And it's like it's hypocrisy. It's a lot, but just more so be open-minded, be protective of the children and other women, be authentic, and just be open-minded and like more caring and compassionate. It's just the church now is just not a welcoming place for the youth. And I think there's a lot of youth that want to find that guidance, but it's like they don't seem to find it because it's just not a welcoming place, and the people are just not welcoming. So that's it.
Okay, enjoy. I'll see you in a little bit.
But yeah.
I'm sorry for the interruption. We've been on for hours, and my father, being the soldier and the protector that he is, always has to look in and just make sure that I'm still alive. Yeah, they're very kind. Okay, thank you for that perspective, because as a getting older Christian Black woman, I can only control me.
Mm-hmm.
I did my best, but see, I've never asked you to not model that behavior But very rarely do we allow ourselves as older Christian Black women to be open and hear what you have to say. So I'm also asking you that so that I could model being humble and listening to what you have to say.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of what's missing between the generations is we older women want young people to listen to us because they're young and we're supposed to know. But we don't understand that if you don't listen to a child, you treat the child not to listen to you. So if we're older, we have a higher responsibility. If we say we belong to Christ, who commands us, the older women are to teach the younger women, then we have a double responsibility. And one of the reasons that many of our institutions are failing, including our churches, is because we don't have space for women like you.
No, I feel like
We
I'm pushed out of a lot. Of a
Yeah,
lot.
and we're like I said, we're cutting our own throats in so many different ways. So I wanted to ask you from that perspective, because I know we've got a number of people in the chat. I've known some of you for a long time. And this question just keeps coming up and coming up. So I wanted to give us an opportunity, as Love had that great question, to make sure to surface it from all the different angles.
Yes. Yeah, I felt like I've pretty much been outcasted my entire life. So I've never really felt like I fit in anywhere, which also helps with my mentality of just not caring about what other people think. But if people can only just be more open-minded and not just focus on like the exterior, like I know my voice is off-putting, my nature from being New York because I'm just a no-nonsense person. That's off-putting and it's not feminine. The way that I dress is like, okay, is she this? Is she doesn't look, clean cut sometimes, or she's extra. I don't know about her. But it's like get to know somebody as a person, not all of the exteriors and the theatrics. That's not important.
Okay. Thank you for being willing to share it. And like you said, it's not an easy question because most of us Black women don't know how to ask for what we want. But you walk through us and walk through that question and let us know. So now, Auntie Love and Auntie Dino, we all noticed because you
Yeah.
told us if we need to go back and review the video, now we're
Mhm.
responsible to go back and review the video. Certain
Yeah.
things we are not allowed to do to you
Mhm.
because you told us. Now we're responsible. And all
Yes.
y'all in the chat, now y'all know when you save your money and get your life together, now you know. Review the video. We all are all accountable now because True Mystique told us what she was on, what she's about, what she requires, what she's willing to do. And we all are witnesses at this point.
There are so many people that I see now since the Black Girl Follow train on TikTok. I mean, of different demographics saying, wow, I've learned so much in the last year listening to Black content creators because that's one of the places now that we're able to go
Mhm.
and actually not be censored in the same ways that we are with American-based social media companies. And so we're able to tell the truth and educate on things that people have never heard, you know? Um, People haven't been taught in these United States, and there's no, in general, looking forward to that's what's going to happen. And I think too that words are very important, language, syntax. We are very powerful as Black women and Black girls. One of our many powers is our voice. Again, we have the ability to create, and we do it all the time. And we have been doing it. But we've just been taught that we're supposed to do it for other people, not ever do that for ourselves. And there's a difference between being judgmental and being discerning.
Mhm.
I'm not going to sit here and explain it to y'all in no big
Mhm.
old depth. I see judgment as name calling. I see discernment as dealing with a behavior that you either have told that person you got a boundary for and they cross that line, because people do that all the time. People think because they have a boundary then and you told them, then people know, just like Miss D just said. Y'all know. But on the other side of that, what I do teach people is you also have to have consequences for when people cross that line, because they're already in a set behavioral pattern. So if we're talking about churched women or women who are quote unquote pro-Black, or women who are calling themselves priestesses, but what they're doing is worshiping, not building a relationship with goddesses, because we're used to this power dynamic instead of understanding that we're all impressions of the source, right? And everybody don't have the same exact job, or path. But I used to say to people too, people would say to me, family, going to church. I was raised a Baptist, in the South, you know what I mean? God really wants this for you. God wants this. And God never said that. And you need to understand this is how God wants you to do this, that, and the other. And blah, blah, blah. Stop. First of all, how you gonna tell me what relationship I have with a different being? Okay. Second of all, isn't God almighty? Can God not have any relationship God chooses to have with whoever it is? And how do you know the lengths, the breadth of that? Didn't he tell you to shut the hell up in Job at the end of Job, right along with Job? Stop your whining and complaining and
Chapter
stop
41.
how to roll. Because last
Chapter
time I
41.
looked, Satan, according to y'all, I'm sorry, Jewish people, the adversary, was at the meeting.
Ashatan. That's correct. You're right.
He was at the meetings. He strolled on in.
He did.
Hey, yeah, hi, hey. So God says to the adversary, so where you been? I've been walking back and forth and to and fro. And he's like, oh, did you meet my servant Job? Well, go do what the hell you want to him. And I bet he'll still worship me. Ha! That's in Job. I don't know what I didn't make that up. Okay, I might have embellished a little bit, but I didn't
just
make that
a wee bit.
Okay,
Just a wee bit.
I didn't make that up. Go read that. My bottom line is, so the adversary, Satan, what y'all call Satan, is up at the meetings. Yeah. Oh no, I thought he got kicked out. Okay,
not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't have a right to tell God who or what and how God relates to whatever other being.
Correct. That's not
that
your
is
call.
Not my damn business. It is not my place. It is not, I don't have any rights in that direction. So how do we sit here and tell other people how they're supposed to have a relationship with God? Ain't that God's business? Okay, it's definitely me. I got my own business, but ain't that God's business? Who are you to try to tell God what God needs to be doing with other people? Like, okay, so were you at the meetings too? Because I know they have love meetings. I'm most wanted in a lot of places. So I know they have love meetings and I don't get invited. But I'm saying, were you there?
Not that meeting they weren't.
Oh Lord.
Not that meeting.
Confused. Please, somebody tell me what's happening here, because I don't know. So you're not getting ready to tell me, are you?
I am actually getting ready to tell you. I'll just drop this information on you. Because see, here's the deal.
Go ahead, tell me, Miss T. Tell me.
It is so sad. I've talked about this with our brethren, but some of our sisters out here doing this too. You can't be a powerless goddess, but you can pretend real hard. You can convince somebody else
Mm-hmm.
if they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
See, Loved and I have these magnificent conversations because we've read the same book. Now, I've read up more in the past several years because I am a Christian. I'm supposed to read up more. You know, if you believe it, you got to be on top of your P's and Q's. Like I can come back and say, but remember now, history says about Canaanites that we know that they were doing some things to the women and the children by the time Moses and Joshua were allowed to roll up. It wasn't just that they were worshiping other gods because they had Baal too, and he was a big deal. But there were some things they were doing to their own women and children by that time that had to be addressed also. But because we read up,
we go back and forth.
we can. But here's the thing:
back and forth.
we can go back and forth. I've read enough about the Book of the Dead to at least be able to keep up. I'm not up on that the way Love is, but I know who Sekhmet and Isis, and there's a bunch of other ones that, I mean, you know, if you go back there, there's a lot. And I know how the Greeks got off wrong with their goddesses and the Norse are with their goddesses. I've read up enough to be able to keep up. But see, here's the deal. Some people don't want to read up. They just want to, what shall I say? We want to get, that, you know, they want to pretend. So you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the power. But if you could just convince someone else that you're superior, does this sound familiar? You can get over on top of them. You're going to get out here in 1638 and turn, and you're going to change Christmas. But first of all, you're going to come out here 2,000 years ago and mess with, you're going to take Horus's birthday on one side. You're going to take the winter solstice on the other side and make something for Jesus Christ that he never asked for, Christ Mass. How about no? You're going to get out here and do stuff like that because you know nobody can read. Oh, does that sound familiar though? Does that sound familiar? Then, after you've done that, you're going to come along in 1638, and then you're going to turn a mother and child white. Conference, you were just talking about this. You know, when the Pope goes downstairs, when you go to old churches, even in Europe, they're down there worshiping a black mother and child. I just need y'all to understand what's really going on. You know, reason number count. I'm not a Catholic, I'm a Protestant because I happen to know that. First, you done changed the color for everybody else, but you still gonna go, what? But I'm just like, how we go? So when you hear other black people, their consciousness has been broken by the oppressor to the point that they don't understand what they're doing. Imitation is the highest form of flattery and worship. Like you said earlier, you know, we are impressions of the source. As it said in the Christian world, we were made in the image of God, so that we are reflections of him, or in your case, impressions of the source, because I heard what you said. It's a little bit different because your belief is different, but you're still looking at that same reality. So basically, when you see people who are doing their level-headed best to bend God, Satan, the latest news, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and whatever happened on the internet 10 minutes ago to try to get you to do something, but they ain't got no power, they ain't got no knowledge, they're imitating the people that held us in slavery how many years ago though? So it's like, not only are you imitating something that's wrong, you haven't had a better idea in 159 years. You didn't even bother to teach Germans so you could get up to 80 years, huh? You didn't even bother to update yourself. You didn't even bother to learn a little bit from South Africa that managed to hang on for the last 40. No, you're going to go straight back to the foolery where these people did not know what they were doing, could not do the work for more than 4 years, and spent the next 246 over on top of someone else. Were 60% illiterate themselves. So we were only 40% more off than they were being held down. This is why we had all those colleges and stuff like lickety split. More colleges per capita than they still have. By if you were to, you know, just for a generation at that time. So yeah, what they're out there doing is they're imitating who they say they hate. It's real bad when you have problems with white racists. It's really bad. It's a whole lot worse when you have allowed yourself to become that person in your mind and you try to get over the top of somebody else because you think you should be ignorant and reign. That's what they're doing. I have an answer for you. It's not a pleasant answer, but that is what people are doing out here. This is why, because you said this earlier, TrueMystique. This is why black women can be bought in last. We saying the same thing because what you're saying about artificial intelligence is why I'm out here doing shows with black women primarily. We always get brought in last because there's a whole bunch of people, and some of them In crypto's particular case, no. But there are a whole bunch of people in a lot of other things that want us to. In crypto's case, it's not exactly a conspiracy per se because it's too new, and there's a whole lot of people who are behind the 8 ball. But the whole idea that we are to be kept ignorant and have everything used against us, every possible thing. You remember that individual that I made the video on that decided to try to weaponize our ancestors to keep us in slavery? That other drag
That was classic.
that were willing to weaponize their own foreparents. Because what are they trying to do? They're trying to beat Thomas Jefferson. And Thomas Jefferson wouldn't even look at them twice and probably would have beat him for even thinking about trying to get up there with him. You what now? Negro? You thought you were going to have Sally Hemings the way I did? Excuse me? Nah, strip and get beat. Ain't no way for even thinking that your Negro self could get up there and be like me. You would have done better off walking in with Satan trying to be like God than trying to do that on me. You would have. These men would have beat these people doing this to absolute death, to even suggest. You could not even look these white people in the eye. So how you gonna walk out here talking about, I'm gonna be over these black people the way you were? You about to die and go straight to where you prepared your soul to be. And by the way, if y'all watch certain person go for the second black man and in 1 year go from a billionaire to a millionaire overnight, you don't get out here and do this in the white man system trying to be over the top of some black and or mixed woman, whatever the designation may happen to be. And you just keep knowing these people just getting slapped. So that's what's going on. People have become delusional. And then there's that other part about, and people forget, it just takes a little long to catch up. As a Christian, I won't take Sekhmet's name in vain because my Bible says you don't speak evil of any of those dignitaries up there. You don't do that because the order of creation says don't do it. So you just gonna walk around here and try to make God do your little project to get on top of a black woman? Okay. You know that everything that the Lee family used to have and the Washington family used to have and even the Carter family used to have, but then Jimmy and Rosalind decided to straighten up, fight right, and got back to honor. But all them things that people used to have, all that was gone by 1865. Y'all notice? Y'all notice that certain people that used to be big time in New York are not rolling like they used to and are sitting up there being judged and prosecuted by black women, the absolute worst nightmare possible. But you're going to hold the Bible upside down. And that's just going to be good. And sit up here and talk about 2 Corinthians with your little friends, with your little legionnaire friends with their little 3 husbands out there, adulterate and talk about this my Boaz. No. You about to get your ass burned alive in a pit and stole a church from a black woman on top of everything else. But y'all think y'all gonna get away with this? Okay. Keep on living. See, because the people that mess with you made you the woman that you are today, calling 9mm380, calling the Legion up here acting a complete fool. They out here, they ain't even ready for what they created. See, as I tell people, as a Christian, I'm trying to keep you out of the everlasting fires. You keep on playing and go over here to Confidence with Love, who is the fire, telling you that who she worships is the throne. I'm trying to keep you away from all that. But no, just keep on playing. Keep on playing. The Bible says when there's one person who got so out of pocket, the Bible said hell rose to meet him. Just keep playing. Keep on playing, trying to get over the top of people that you have no. I said it already. The position's full, but there are people who do not know that there is not a little godhood, godling spot for them to try to get into in their ignorance, not ignorance, because we don't have to knock off the middle. Because they ain't even read enough to even get that. That's what's going on. People out here trying to be little godlings and godlingettes over other people ain't prepared, don't know how. I'm gonna give the Third Reich this much credit. I mean, they wouldn't have understood all that Norse nonsense that they believed halfway. They did enough to do 12 years of work. Tired of drug addicts, all that Pervitin they were taking. Couldn't do it. But at least they did enough work and had enough foundation to last 12 years. Thomas Jefferson's foolery lasted about 3 generations. But you're going to be out here, you ain't going to do no work at all. And tell me how you going to do. Like, some of y'all ain't going to even get to the end of the year And then the fun part is confidence is love. When your family members who are like that are in trouble, are they calling Jesus or are they calling you?
Oh, they send prayer requests over here. I keep telling people, this is hell. I run parts of hell, so don't send your riffraff here. We're not taking them. Don't send your rejects here. We're not taking them. Don't stop calling us and sending us prayer requests. You meant for that to go to Jesus. That's not us. Okay.
And see, when someone who is not a Christian is calling your Christian behind on you supposed to go to who, and you not doing it, you gonna tell everybody what God is doing, but a person who is not a Christian has to tell you you were supposed to take that to Jesus. Do you understand how deluded and far off you have to be to have someone who does not know the Lord like that to tell you you're supposed to be taking that over there? Delusional. There's a lot of mass delusion. And part of what we do here in both the common grace sense, because that includes life and humanity itself, and of course, true and I, and the special grace sense, Christianity talks about it, is we all gonna agree on one thing. If you could miss your next breath and the next heartbeat, you have no business up here trying to tell anybody else what to do. You have no business trying to talk about powers greater than yourself in the earth and in heaven, trying to convince somebody else, because you go get checked from heaven to earth, from earth to heaven if you're not careful, and even from beneath. You heard what the woman said. She ran the committee. So you gonna get checked from the things under the earth. You gonna get checked on the earth. You gonna get checked above the earth. But people are delusional, and that's why I actually do have an answer for you. They are straight up the danger that you are in trying to tell somebody else what God is doing. I mean, at least give me a quote so I can go read it. You know, there's some things that I can tell you about anything that we've discussed, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to go read it, because I'm just another mortal. But I claim to speak for someone who has authority, but I need to point you to the authority. You see the difference? That allows you to read and make a decision about, here's what I am going to do, here's what I'm not going to do. He and I will work it out. If you go get the Book of the Dead, if you go study the Egyptian mysteries, you're going to find out they are very specific. Any of the Hamitic old systems are very specific. You get to make a decision about what you need to do. So again, you're pointing to authorities, but you don't ever let yourself make the mistake, unless you are absolutely insane, of putting yourself in that spot. Something I know as a Christian, what God delights to do, you put yourself in his spot and he'll make it his business to prove that, no, you ain't that. I have seen people have their whole life wrecked crossing. See, that's that part about, yes, we have a relationship such that we love God, but if you know any of the members of the spirit world above us, a little bit of reverential fear would do you some real good. So when people are out here talking about all this and all that and all this and all that, I'm like, you don't even understand the danger that you're in. I'm not scared for me because you ain't got no power over me, but worried about you because you about to write yourself a check that you cannot cash here and hereafter. You need to stop trying to get over top of other people and sit yourself down and figure out what you about to do with your own life. Because that's what's going on. You had a question, that was the answer. They're straight delusional from earth to heaven. That's all it is. Hey, I'm not in charge of y'all. I didn't give birth to y'all. I didn't create you in the womb. So can we just get that settled? We don't have to agree on everything, but I'm not in charge of y'all. If we can just get these other people to understand that before they put themselves in the everlasting fire, but if they don't want to believe it,
come through. We need the red dot light on over here. I got a green dot.
She got the red dot light on. Call it 9
Yes.
Woo!
Amen.
9 m 380.
9 m. She gonna call where 9
on
m
speed
and
dial.
send you where you have prepared your soul to be. That's why I said y'all gonna keep going over on that channel. I'm trying to help you. I'm gonna drag you to a limit. You go over there. Yep, that'd be your last mistake. I'm telling y'all, there's forgiveness. What is that you said in my comment that you had to use the word redemption for like 8 or 9 years?
Oh Lord.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Your choices have consequences.
Girl, you need to go atone or whatever people do. That don't got nothing to do with me. And I don't want to see you
that really be how it is.
Yeah.
Out here. You have choices. You could deal with one who's willing to redeem you, or you can keep on playing till you get out from where you're gonna learn it. If you choose not to do that, it's called some people are offering redemption and some people are offering consequences. And frankly, even with you and I, it depends on what the spirit lets us do that day. Because there have been some people that I was their consequence that day. In person, live.
Mm-hmm.
And I have all the bass in the voice that you will ever need to hear to understand this ain't how we roll. But as I keep saying, because I do believe in redemption, this is not necessary. People, all of you, on a very general sense, today you have heard about how artificial intelligence is going to change our world and our economy.
Forever.
We do not have to be behind the 8-ball, but see, there are choices and there are consequences. If you don't have what you need to have in 2026, that's on you, because we brought someone on here. We presented you portfolio evidence.
Yes.
And speaking of the portfolio evidence, once you stop staring at the art first, and then you choose to like turn it over on the back and then read on the inside, then we're going to talk about how there's this opportunity coming in 2024 and 2025. Confidence with Love is also telling you how you can invest in your self-defense while you do that. So you take your crypto proceeds, you take your AI world proceeds, and you call 9MM380 or whatever call numbers that you want to call to make sure you can defend the stuff that you have. Do you understand? And then while you're on doing this, you pick up your skincare too, so that, you know, not only are you defending it, you're enhancing it. You make yourself eligible for the things you want to be, because you're now gaining your knowledge and you are increasing your beauty. And you are getting eligible, and you will learn how to defend all this that you were getting. Do you see how this is a nexus? Do you understand that if you do not get this and you are sitting around in 2026, see, you had a choice, and then there are consequences. Or we all sit up here in 2026, all celebrating together with our economy, all with our wardrobes, all, you know, sitting on whatever beach we want to, spending our money however we want to, making each other rich however we want to, putting our Bitcoin wherever we want to. And we can all sit up here and celebrate together in 2026 and be able to defend, because there's going to be jealous people. So we'd be able to defend ourselves however we want to. There's financial ways and also physical ways to do this, and even evasive maneuvers. There's a lot of stuff. We might be sitting in whatever country we feel is best for us, however we want to.
Mm-hmm.
See, as the Bible said, there's way of life and there's way of death. Choice is always yours.
Mm-hmm.
But sitting around after you receive this kind of information is choosing to head toward destruction. Whereas making use of it opens up near infinite possibilities. I mean, we're only going to live so long, but near infinite possibilities. You have heard $1 billion worth of information today.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
If not one of us, then any 10 or 20. You've heard $1 billion worth of information today. There is, in this young lady alone, with her kind of artistic social media skills, did you hear the woman say, I know how to make a thing go viral? Did y'all hear that? Did you hear it? That's $1 billion, right? That's information right there. You might want to invest some of that in Bitcoin. Confidence with Love has more knowledge in these areas that she's talking about, because she managed the investment as the mother of her family. She managed the investments for her family and was doing very, very well before crypto came into the picture. There's $1 billion of information out here. You do not have to then try to, instead of being a powerless godling or godlingette, you actually can access the power that's available to you. That's the choice.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are delusional. That's a long answer to that question, but I've kind of wrapped it around what we were talking about. You don't have to be delusional. Get the information, get the knowledge, and then exercise your powers. And then you're going to be out here walking off into situations where you're going to get tripped up from heaven to earth trying to act a fool when you don't have what you're supposed to have when we tried to give it to you. I mean, not necessarily y'all in the chat. You've been here this whole time, but when you just send this to your friends, send this to your friends. When they start acting fool, just let them know what's up. Just send it to your friends.
Because these two women, I'm over there. These two women, they're trying to get you to choose life. Me, not so much.
If you mess up and end up over there, I'm telling y'all.
That's on you.
But that's life, y'all. But seriously, some of us are for the redemption. In fact, that's actually the entire, really, for eternal terms, some of us are trying to lead you toward redemption. If you choose not to do that, then the other side has its agents too. So, and this one here, she ain't making no bones about it. So you have been warned. And by the way, if this ain't enough for you, remember the people we were talking about earlier? You know, Sean Combs and his associates are out there too. You know, there's so many people in the Legion category, but let's just say the women that put together the 900-page Republican playbook, have a plan for your life, and it's horrible. So, as rough as this is gonna be, that's not even the worst that can happen to you.
No,
not even close. But there's
you've been given options.
You have time to prepare.
Yes.
You have another month before 2024 hits. You have, 6 months before ChatGPT sorts itself out, given what happened to Sam Altman. The best person to listen to on that is Black Women Making Money, who I know said she's going to catch the replay of us. You have 5 months until the bull run starts for real. We still have time. So use your time wisely. Get away from the godlings and godlingettes who don't even know what you know now. Stop listening to them. You got to get the truth mindset. Forget the Mamba mentality. Get to the Mystique mentality. Let's go.
Please.
Let's get to the Mystique mentality. Okay? We ain't got nothing against the Mamba, but that's last decade. Get to the Mystique mentality.
And the foolishness you see in my age group, please, girl, just go.
Ignore us.
I'm not going to be doing all that with you.
If somebody is over 40 and does not know how to treat people at our age, cut them off. Cut them off. Because at this point, when you hit 40, if you're 28, we will give you a little bit of a pass in that you have not encountered everything that could have taught you that somebody 40 has. When you get 40, you have missed so many opportunities to stop acting a fool. And the opportunities being missed compound with every decade. So take the 40-year-olds in your life who don't know how to act.
They passed 41 and 70. I'm like, oh Lord.
Oh wow.
Well,
we have ages and stages does not mean maturity.
It does not.
Yeah, just you being a physical age does not mean that you are mature or that you are evolved. Yeah, those are choices. This has been wonderful.
It has.
It has.
I just, oh my God, I just enjoy. I want more of this, you two. I want more of this together. I do.
It was nice.
It was.
I learned so much. Thank you so much, both of you. And thank you so much, True. Like this, I've been looking forward to this. Like,
yeah, we've been talking about this for how long now?
Like the idea for me that I get to sit in your presence, True, is very I'm just so grateful. I'm so grateful.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate y'all.
I get to sit with Miss D all the time, and I just am like, girl, ooh, I love her so much. And I learned so much. And I get to bask in her presence too. I'm just grateful. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deeann.
Thank you so much. It's been a rough 22, 23 months for all of us for various reasons. We have a common nexus, but we're not giving any time to it.
Yeah.
But the fact that we were able to meet each other and
Mhm.
keep it moving. And hey, we're not done. We're just beginning because we got to get this social media, and True's gonna have all these other clients that come out of woodwork, and some of them will be people that we can also enjoy having back here. And I know you got book 8 in there somewhere, love. I know
Yeah,
you do.
I'm doing one on Goddess Born. It's been, you know, putting it together is a little bit
Yeah, it
difficult.
sounds like
But
it would
my
be a
plan
challenge.
is to hand it over to True, and yeah, I yeah, I'm gonna hand it over to True. I'm trying to tighten it up first, True.
Okay.
You know how that process goes. I catch my own mistakes, and I'm like,
Yeah.
God, dang it, let me fix this. And then I wanna, I wanna hire you to edit and do all of that.
No problem.
Because I just don't. I'm like, I don't.
Well, I
No,
mean, we get a project as far as we can, and
Yeah.
we know someone who's confident to help us get it the rest of the way, which is a beautiful
yeah,
thing.
yes.
Okay.
And I'm just so glad to have this opportunity to, looking into the future to work with you, to have you help me in some areas, like I was just saying. So, um, the beginning of the year, I want to do a consultation, and
No problem.
I got you, I got you, I got your contact. I I want to do that because I need to have some certain things done by the end of next year.
No problem.
When you're 820, it's just a possibility that in maybe another 600 years you might not be around. Might need to sleep for a little bit, a couple lifetimes, and then come back. So yeah, I I really am just grateful for both of you. And this was so wonderful. Like I just be having the best time with y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you everybody in the chat, and those of you who are watching this later. We appreciate you. Ladies, you have some last closing thoughts?
Well, if you want to contact me, you can contact me at grandshineenterprises@gmail.com. I have to work on getting my website back. But like I said, if you have like any ideas that you want, either for consultations, social media management, virtual assistant, you can be free to contact me. you know.
Okay,
And I
hold
want
on.
to thank what
I gotta put that in. Wait,
Mhm.
what's your contact again? Because I want to make sure. I
Grand.
didn't put down an email.
Okay, so Grand Shine, so GRANDSHYNE enterprises@gmail.com. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
wait a minute. Enterprises. Is that two E's then?
I'm sorry?
Is that two
Yes.
E's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little, we gonna work on the name change, but for right now,
No,
that's
no. It's good. I just want to make sure.
Well,
'Cause I'm gonna put it in the. I'm gonna put it here in the chat,
okay. Yeah.
okay,
and
that's
then
good.
I'll like pin it on our thing, because I'm pretty sure I didn't touch any emails or anything.
It's fine. It's
I
fine.
didn't share those or anything.
Yeah.
So okay, Grand Shine Enterprises. I'm so glad you spelled it, because that's another thing you ought to know about me. I can't spell. I don't know how to spell.
It's fine. No.
What
My
about
grandmother.
you, madam?
Well,
Madam?
again, about that grand shine, just one more time. Y'all see it.
Oops.
Y'all see it. In fact, it's so bright at night that them bulls and that gold is shining so bright with candy. Oh wait, there we go. Y'all see it. Y'all go get you some. For real. Go get you some. Email the woman. Get you some. That was the beginning. But True
Oh.
Mystique, again, we've been sitting up here wrestling for half a month.
Yes.
For 0.0625 parts of an
inch. Yes.
And True Mystique worked on it, and defeated the petty of Amazon. And the audacity, y'all know who the Amazon women were. It's like we showed up in order to do our stuff, and they go. It has been a process. We're only still at halftime though, because we've now got the Kindle out, we've got the paperback out as of today. So today is launch day. From October 30th doing the Kindle to November 30th doing the paperback. However, I'm not, because we don't micromanage and we recognize humanity. We're probably not going to do a whole lot more until next year. But I'm really looking forward to working with you on the social media pieces, and making sure my Christmas money is appropriate, is allocated appropriately, to make sure that happens. I have really enjoyed working with you, and I had no idea that it was going to be this glorious an experience. And being able to do that on a Black woman level, on a creative level, and on a Christian level, it was like a total all the way around holistic experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you on that. And love, I appreciate the fact that we have a place where we can come as Black women and just in non-competitive space. We didn't talk about that a whole lot today, but we had a whole show about that, where we can come with our different perspectives and be able to support one another as we enhance and put things forward, and not have to be. We spend a lot of time as Black women watching our back. We don't have to do that here. You are elder to us both, and we don't have to watch our backs. You are that older Black woman who doesn't do that stuff, and we appreciate you.
Yes.
Because it's not often that we find that.
No.
I was blessed in that I have a mother and a grandmother and some aunties who were like that. But outside my door, I rarely run into that. It's sad.
Mm-hmm.
I do have some wonderful mentors because I was able to find them on that model. But it's still not common.
Yeah.
Thank you for providing that for all of us. Because there's just not. And of course, we all have aunties that have different belief systems. If you go back far enough, you have your hoodoo auntie, your voodoo auntie. That's two different things.
Mm-hmm.
Grandmothers, great grandmothers.
That's two different things. You had aunties with different perspectives, but on a temporal level, they weren't trying to eat you alive every time you came in. You were not the voodoo doll when you came to visit them. That's important. And on a common grace level, there's some things that eternally we are not going to agree on those things, but to have space to be able to talk about what we're doing in the marketplace, what we're doing in the economy, what we're doing to try to help Black women out of, what's the term you taught us, the coffle, mentally and economically, that we're still in.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Some of us physically.
Thank you.
Some physically too. Yes, that's true. Yeah, there it is. The email that led us to this. See, your journey starts there.
This is True Mystique's email. I was like, wait,
it's so
why
bright
did
it can't even.
Crap. I meant to put your name in there too, but I put it next. So this is True Mystique's email. For those of you who need expert, and you do. I mean, if you're gonna do social media, this is yeah,
it's so
it is great. Yeah,
she's the expert, your name.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Thank you. I appreciate all you guys, for like the love that you've shown me. I think this is probably the most love and like support, like being on like this internet. It's been like the most love and support that I've actually gotten in I can say pretty much my entire life. So I have to like thank y'all so much for that. Like, you guys reminded me, like, oh, well, you're a pioneer. Even though, like, I personally don't think that, probably because I'm still going through the process and I'm still working through things. But I think throughout this process, y'all have seen me grow and work in real time. So I have to learn how to, like, appreciate that and appreciate the journey where I am, So thank you both for, like, helping me see that, So I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Our pleasure and our duty and our honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm just so I just am so grateful and proud of you,
Thank you.
And yeah, again, for everybody out there, so TrueMystique is one of us, and there will be no nonsense.
Don't do it.
Don't
do it.
It's like, I don't even have to get to you, but if I get to you, it's gonna be bad enough. But if love or deep,
yeah, you don't want to. Yeah, no, nope.
You don't want to do that. Don't do
it.
That's not gonna go well at all. So, we are here to hold younger Black women, our Black girls, other Black women who want to be held sacred, protected, and uplifted by us. We are here. We're here for it.
Yes.
And we've lain in the cut. So this is just another day, for us laying in the cut when it comes to Black women and Black girls. So, well, I hope everybody has a good evening. Thank you all so much for being here. Hey, wait a minute. Okay, do either one of you know a Khalil or someone?
No. I can't say that I do.
Not that I know about.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, delete.
Yeah, he about to get blocked out of existence.
What the girl? Ain't nobody. Shut up. What did we tell y'all about? This is not safe. This is not safe.
Look, Khalil.
I
don't know why you chose to come up in here, but this is not the spot for you. Take your tired, tortured little ego somewhere else and go sit down. Ain't nobody playing with you over here. Go.
No, girl, don't do that.
You ain't got no power over here.
Girl, don't.
Look, you don't need me to talk about it. Told you.
I am not gonna ever, never. You have nothing to bring to the conversation that I in particular are interested in. I was like, let me make sure to say somebody that it still wouldn't have meant I wouldn't have cut you the hell off. But
no, yeah, if I know you and you choose to come act like that when I'm doing this with people, no. See, you gonna get cut off all kind of different. Then I gotta come deal with you personally. You better hope you don't know me. If you know me and you come acting like this in Auntie Love's world or Truth world, you better find something else to do. If I don't know you, it's just not personal, but you need to get your behind somewhere else. You ain't got no power. You ain't got no authority. You ain't got no government. You ain't got no military. All you got is your tired tail trying to come over. We already talked about you coming over here trying to be God, a little powerless God. Get on somewhere and sit down, little child. This is grown folks' business. I'm like, y'all ain't got the sense my Sunday school students have. So why you gonna come over here? Love's gonna hand you some coloring books. You didn't hear? Gone.
Yeah, access denied.
Exactly.
Request denied. Ain't nobody. Girl, no. Don't come here.
You had to come up here and test the theory. We already talked about you. You had to come over here and demonstrate and got your behind blocked.
This is not safe. Spread the word. I'm most wanted. I got to get that picture done.
I know you would too. Oh my gosh.
Do this. Okay. I'm giving fair warning. All right. Don't just gone on.
Play with your hair. Don't come over here and play.
This is not safe.
Not the move.
This is not
It's
a
not.
safe space for you, Black males from Blackistan. It's not safe. Okay? Good. All right. Okay, he's not even here to hear it because
We already got him. Okay, good.
bye.
Nah, he's probably still listening. It's just that you ain't got no power to
Oh,
respond.
I don't really care. Dismissed.
Exactly.
Dismissed.
Oh.
I hope everybody has a good evening. I hope everyone, all of you Black women, I hope you hit replay. I hope you share this with each other. I hope y'all talk about it. I know you're going to be calling TrueMystique. I know you're getting ready to go and purchase your season, the crypto bull run, because I got till all of 8 in the morning to get mine done. But that's what I'm going to do. I'm getting the paper back. Some folks, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to really hand it out. I feel like I just like seeing that beautiful cover 5 or 6 times right here.
I'm geeking
In my
on it
collection.
every day. It's
Mhm.
just
I feel like
it's
that's
just
yeah. Why can't I just look at that and yeah, why can't? So thank you everyone. Have a great evening, day, morning, noon, wherever you are. Love you, Black women.
bye.
Bye. I like it.